open things with a gavel, so I saw my chance and used it. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to our 2025 deliberative session. My name is Dan Wandell. I am our town moderator. Seeing as we are now past the hour, we're looking to start today's meeting. To start today's meeting, I'd like to introduce the folks up on stage here, who will be speaking to our articles and giving context throughout the day. So this morning I'd like to recognize our Board of Selectmen, Chairman Matthews, Vice Chair Benji Knapp, Salem Bloom, James Drury, and David Pratt. Our town administrator is Naomi Bolton. Our town clerk is Maureen Bildeau. Our finance administrator is Beth Rouse, and I'm going to ask and recognize that we have folks who are non-residents who will be speaking to articles. Our fire chief, Mark Rorick, our assistant fire chief, Trevor Anderson, our police chief, Chris Moore, our DPW director, Jason Fisk, our library director, Clay Creasy, and our town council, Stephen Whitley. It would be at this time that I'd like to ask everyone to please rise and remove their hats for a Pledge of Allegiance. Our flag is located just behind you there. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. It's also at this time that I would like to read the names of the 2024 Weare resident deaths, and following my reading, we will hold a moment of silence. Walter Foote Jr., Deborah Phineas, Joseph Dussault, Matthew Skirky, Dana Healy, Roland Bowie, David Richer, Marion Yanikowskis, Tracy Bond, Mary Martin, James Walker, Virginia Witten, Lois Wetley, Sean O'Neill, Alex Tolios, Franklin Cray, Deborah Raymond, Frank Piacentini, Frederick Davis, E. Ann Warkala, Real McDuff, David Murray, Robert Hatfield, Alice Slattam, Barbara Hibbard, Carol LaBounty, Barbara Colby, Joseph Casper, James Hunt Sr., James Crossman, Newell Bailey, Shirley Lacey, Mark Vinault, Dwight Lench, Brian Harding, Daniel Gabalt Jr., Eric Myers, Joyce Lanier, Richard Colburn, Shirley Clark, Paul Pruill, Robert Nacella Sr., Joanna Guerreri, Neil Rennie, William Tiffany, Remy Lisi, Paul Naves, Catherine Naves, Leola LaRoche, Richard Brown, Sandra Pelletier, John Carmody, Michelle Goslin, Robert Whitmore, Patricia Lepiska, Lynn Servin, Daniel Hebert, Eric Hayes, Arthur Vinola, Bruce Knox III, and Janet Brown. And if we'd like to recognize a moment of silence. Thank you. Okay, and before we move into the articles, I'm just going to read a quick note about today's procedure so that we can all have sort of a productive meeting as we move throughout the day. Again, this is your meeting, and it's designed to allow everyone to have a chance to speak to the articles, put things in context, but ultimately to move through the day. So I'm just going to speak to some of the rules and procedures. So everyone who wishes to speak or vote during today's meeting must be a registered voter in this town and should have checked in with the ballot clerks to receive a voting card. If you have not checked in yet, please do so now. Also, registered voters should be seated up front. There's a separate seating area for those who are not registered voters. The purpose of our meeting is to explain, discuss, and possibly amend articles on the warrant, which is available at the check-in desk. Our business today is to determine within the limits of state law how those articles will appear on the official ballot. This is the process that will be followed for each of the individual warrant articles. The moderator will read the article and then request a motion and second to place the article on the floor. If a second is received, the maker of the motion will have the first opportunity to speak. Town officials here to support an article will speak next. The Finance Committee will be asked if it has any comments to make on the subject. The floor will then be opened for any registered voter to comment on. If you wish to speak, please step up to the microphone, wait for me to acknowledge you, and introduce yourself by name and home address. Please speak up so everyone can hear you. All remarks must be confined to the merits of the warrant article under discussion or to questions of order. All questions or remarks are to be addressed to the moderator, who will then identify an appropriate person to provide an answer to your question if one is warranted. You may speak as many times as you wish, but all eligible participants who want to speak will get their first opportunity before anyone is granted the floor a second time. A speaker with the floor may address the current issue, or they may move to close debate, but they may not do both during the same turn. In other words, you may not speak for or against an item and conclude by moving the question, effectively preventing others from having their say. If a motion to move the question and limit debate is made and ruled in order by the moderator, it will take a 2/3 vote of eligible voters to pass. The moderator will allow only one motion on the floor at a time. There are two exceptions to this rule. A voter may raise a point of order at any time to seek clarification of the process or a motion to call the question. Unless a secret ballot is requested, all votes will be by a showing of voter cards. If anyone, including the moderator, cannot identify a clear majority by a showing of cards, he or she may call for all cards to be counted. If 7 or more voters question the results of a non-ballot vote before any subsequent action is taken, state law requires us to retake the vote by a secret ballot. Finally, it is important to understand that this is your meeting. If anyone disagrees with the ruling of the moderator may be overruled by a simple majority vote of eligible voters present following the same process of motion, second, discussion, and vote used for all other matters to come before us. Okay. You do have the opportunity to amend warrants. There is an amendment form at the front desk. We would ask that they be completed clearly so that we may be able to read them and offer them, and they must be spoken to and submitted properly. Okay. Materials here. So now, I'll just preface that Article 1 of the town warrant is to choose all necessary town officers for the ensuing year. And just to read from the warrant, you're hereby notified to vote at Weare Middle School in Weare on Tuesday, March 11th, 2025, beginning at 7 o'clock in the morning and ending at 7 o'clock in the evening to elect officers of the town by official ballot, to vote on questions required by law to be inserted on said official ballot, and to vote on all warrant articles as accepted or amended by the first session. Okay. All right. So now I'll start sort of the official warrant today with Article 2, and I will read the article. So Article 2, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into a 3-year lease agreement in the amount of $1,250,000 for the purpose of leasing a fully equipped fire engine, and furthermore to raise and appropriate the sum of $900,000 as the down payment toward the lease purchase agreement amount. Such sum shall be withdrawn from the Fire Department Replacement Vehicle and Equipment Special Revenue Fund. This lease agreement contains an escape clause with a majority vote required. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen with a vote of 3 to 1 to 0, and the estimated tax impact is $0. So I will ask for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to move Article 2 as written.
Second.
Okay. And I would like to invite Selectman Pratt to speak to the article.
The town of Weare has been serviced with 3 fire engines. 2 of them, engine 2 and 5, are primarily used, and engine 1 was used as a reserve. This article is to allow for the replacement of engine 1, a 1987 IHC Ranger. Engine 1 is currently out of service as it has failed annual pump testing for 3 years in a row, and the town is unable to source parts for the repairs needed for the vehicle. The new engine, if approved, offers more than double the water storage capacity of its replacement and would be rotated in as one of the 2 primary use vehicles alongside engine 2, allowing for engine 5 to be placed as a reserve vehicle in the event that one of the 2 primaries were to be temporarily out of service. The special revenue fund stated in the article has a current balance of $1,001,376. The estimated lease payments based on the remaining $350,000 and the 4.64% estimate interest given to us in November of 2024 would be 3 annual payments of $125,200, with those payments coming from the same special revenue fund, with an annual request to expend from the fund on the town warrant. As this is to be funded from the Fire Department Special Revenue Fund stated in the article, there is no impact to the taxpayer.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Chief, would you like to get up and say anything on this?
Good morning. As Selectman Pratt was saying, I'll just kind of reiterate some of that. This engine is replacing a vehicle that's old, out of service. It actually fell off NFPA standards 13 years ago, and we have tried to have it pass pump testing 3 times in a row, and it failed. It's imperative that we have an extra engine. We keep an engine at the South Station, and we have an engine at Central. This engine used to be at the Sugar Hill Station over on 77. That station is too small now. You can't fit any modern day fire apparatus in that station. But the way the engines would rotate, engine 5, which is, it's coming to the point where that gets on the back of the line. NFPA usually recommends that after about 15 years that the frontline fire apparatus get placed in reserve or as a reserve piece. The town has had up to 5 engines before, so we've kind of thinned the fleet quite a bit. But this truck is necessary to keep our program going as far as our vehicle replacement program. So I appreciate the support on it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Oh, I'm sorry. Would like to give the Finance Committee the opportunity to speak on the article. Thank you.
Good morning. The Finance Committee recommends this article with a vote of 8 to 1. While the committee would rather purchase without borrowing money, the majority felt comfortable with a $900,000 down payment for a maximum purchase of $1.25 million, followed by up to 3 years of financing the remaining amount. All funds coming from the Fire Department Vehicle Special Revenue Fund, which is fed by ambulance call transport fees. The plan ensures that enough money will remain in the fund to purchase additional equipment or vehicles over the coming years, such as a new ambulance. Also, the fire truck will take more than 1 year to deliver, allowing this fund to grow further during that time. The minority believes more study is needed to ensure that there are not more affordable options. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's at this time we'll open the floor for questions or comments. Okay.
I move to restrict reconsideration on Article 2.
Second. Oh,
I'm gonna ask for a vote to move it to the warrant, and then we'll ask to reconsider. So,
Mr. Moderator, Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. Our tradition has been that if there is no motion on an article, the moderator simply declares that the article will proceed to the warrant as read, and then the motion for reconsideration would be in order.
okay,
That also saves a lot of time.
sure. So does that work? Okay. So I'm gonna move. Okay, so in light of this, I'm gonna move it to the warrant and then open
I'll make a
restriction.
motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 2.
second.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to Article. Oh, vote. I'd like to take a vote on the motion to restrict reconsideration. Okay, so the yeses. All those in favor? Okay, and then all those opposed? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. So it's voted to restrict. Great, thank you. All right, so we'll move to Article 3. And Article 3, as written, is shall the town raise and appropriate an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session, for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $9,148,914. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $8,927,570, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 4013, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. And to this article, I would ask Chairman Matthews to speak.
I would like to move the article as read, as written. Thank you. As was stated in 2024, the voters gave us an operating budget of $8,503,982 and also approved 4 warrant articles that had recurring costs, such as the collective bargaining agreement, the warrant article for non-union employee pay increases, the warrant article for pay increases to the highway department personnel, and to change part-time building inspector to a full-time position. Those combined 4 warrant articles increased the future budget by $144,828, bringing us to $8,648,810. In 2025, we will see an increase in our health insurance premiums of almost $195,000. And our workers' comp insurance will also increase by almost $52,000. And we have small increases in obligated contract costs. And we do have a payout of a long-term employee who's retiring, which is almost $55,000. which brought our default budget up to $8,950,196. We do have a decrease in our debt service due to the long-term bonds that we have. Those will be retiring in '26 and '29, I believe. So the Board of Selectmen are proposing a 7.5% increase, or $644,000 over the voter-approved budget for 2024. The Selectmen did put in a lot of time reviewing this budget in detail, so I hope you will support it. If you have any specific questions, I'll entertain those when we get to the public comment portion. Thank you.
I'd like to ask the Town Finance Committee to comment.
The Finance Committee recommends Article 3, the Weare proposed budget, by a vote of 7 to 1. The current proposed budget is a 2.48% increase over the default budget, less than the current rate of inflation. The Board of Selectmen spent considerable time looking at every line in the budget, asking for department cuts wherever they could, while maintaining adequate levels of services. It's worth knowing that this proposed budget, which includes approved operating expenses from last year, such as salary increases, is 5.8% higher than the previous budget. The majority of the Finance Committee is comfortable with this increase and hopes that the town can avoid another default budget year.
Thank you. I'd like to open the floor to public comment.
Frank Campana, Quaker Street, not to disappoint. I actually, Chairman Matthews, I actually did the same thing I think that the Board of Selectmen did, although one of my numbers is a little bit different. You know, when we see the warrant, it's always comparing the default budget to the proposed budget. It never seems to go back to what was, you know, a previous year, what was asked for, and to the current year, what is asked for, the overall budget talking about. I don't think there's anybody here in the room that doesn't hear economic information, Valentine's Day, how much this year's Valentine's Day is going to increase over last year's. Usually it's percentage-wise. Thanksgiving dinner, same thing. It could go on and on. Okay, so there's never seems to be that type of comparison. So what I did in using this very well put together book, most people don't see this. It was handed out at the budget hearing, and I have several of these years going back, several years. So I did the same thing. I took last year's proposed budget, which was, again, using this booklet here. There's a line that says operating budget, $9,146,004. I think that's what Chairman Matthews stated. And then I went back to the same book in '24. Same line, which was $8,503,000. You know, it's a lot of numbers to comprehend. It was even a lot of numbers for me to comprehend looking at them. So that was the approved budget last year, and true, it was the default budget, but that's the budget we had. So I subtracted, and I came up with $642,000. I think you said $644. I'm not going to dispute, you know, that number. But it is, in fact, a 7.5% increase, budget to budget, not default budget to proposed budget, but what was passed last year to what is proposed this year. It's a 7.5% increase. I did not bring the Finance Committee report up. I don't know how they got the 5%. I probably won't dispute that. You can do anything with numbers, you know, to suit one's needs. But that's what I did, and again, using town information. So it's a 7.5% increase at well over $600,000. And just as a point, I don't know really quite what point in the meeting to address this. I guess this is the right time. This is a copy of the tax calculation sheet from November, when the board sets the tax rate. Again, a lot of information on here. And the tax rate last year for '24, it increased 8%. Okay, it's 29 cents increase, but it's still 8%, and that's with money that the selectmen used this year to reduce the tax rate. So we went from $3.76 last year to $4.05, and again, this is town information. If I had to figure it on my own, I probably wouldn't even address it, but it's indicated an 8% increase. Thank you.
I would like to respond to Frank Campana. Mr. Campana's, the operating budget for 2024, you have to add in the warrant articles that were approved to truly get the default, and that's one of the reasons that the default is talked about, because those do carry over legally. So
Okay.
they do become a basis for the default budget for 2025.
Okay.
And that's the difference of the 144,000.
Okay, and I appreciate that explanation, and I agree with that explanation, but still, my tax bill.
Understood,
When I
yeah.
see the operating budget, my tax bill doesn't come with, operating expenses and then, as you indicated, warrant articles.
Right, that's
It
why
comes-
we
it comes
calculate
as
the
one
default
amount.
budget. Yep.
And that's what I look at, that's what I have to pay. I don't care how it's put together, it's
Understood.
still an operating budget. Thank you.
All right. Is there any further, just, yeah.
Good morning. Richard Butt, Old Town Road. This article identifies what the selectmen, through the various departments, need to expend in order to provide services to the town. It doesn't include any offsetting revenues. And you have to consider offsetting revenues when you look at what the tax impact is. And the offsetting revenues that we get in are many. Their motor vehicle registration is an offset to the operating budget. Rooms and meal taxes from the state, highway block grants, on and on and on. And last year, well, let me just make it short. This year, it's projected that we're going to be $330,000 less in revenue to offset the operating budget. So when you look at the difference between last year and this year, and that's what you should compare it against, not the default budget. When you add in the less amount of revenue that we're getting, the actual increase is $973,000, close to $1 million increase. I'm not supporting the proposed budget. Even the default budget is significant. The default budget, which is $423,588 over last year, and the default budget, as was mentioned by the Finance Committee, hoping we don't have another default budget. Could you, remember the fact, what did we not have done last year because we were in a default budget? All the employees got their raises. That's an obligation. But I didn't notice a degradation in service, quality of service. So a default budget, I remember the Finance Committee for a number of years, the Finance Committee would recommend a default budget. Because we know that you're not going to lose services. May have threatened that we're going to lose services, but we never actually did. So the default budget is bad enough. The proposed budget is overkill in terms of what they need to run the town. So I'm supporting the default budget. Default budget still total without the revenue coming in to help us offset. It's still an increase of $759,000. It's significant, and in a time where costs go up for everything, I wish the board had taken more direct action to help lower the cost, recognizing that we're going to have less revenue. And unfortunately, apparently, the Finance Committee didn't consider that in their recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Frank Campana again. One other piece of information and for the folks to determine whether they're going to vote for the proposed budget or the default budget. This is a year-end budget surplus paper information. Again, the town numbers. There's no way that I can dispute that, and I would not. But the town, again, being on the default budget, and I know what the response may be, with the default budget last year, there was over $450,000 in budget surplus last year. Now, granted, I know what the response might be, and I cannot deny what the response might be from the board, but a lot of that was due to vacant positions. And those vacant positions may be filled up for the coming year, and that number of surplus won't be that high. It may be zero. I understand that. But still, the fact is that that money was available. All right? And out of, I won't go any farther than that. So, you know, I would still support a default budget, and it does carry problems, but the proposed budget may also carry problems. It may be overkill to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, the warrant will be placed on the ballot as written.
I'll make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 3.
Okay, so we take a vote to restrict the article. Okay, all opposed? Article moves as written. So moving on to Article 4. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $70,130, representing a 3% pay increase for all non-union town and library personnel except the town administrator? This funding will be added to the annual operating budget in the amount of $93,507, representing the annual cost of wages and benefits beginning in 2026 as a recurring expense for the purpose of maintaining and continuing this initiative. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 3 to 1 to 0, and the estimated tax impact is 5%. And to speak on the article, I would like to ask Selectman Drury to speak to the article.
I'll move the motion as written, or move the article as written. This represents an increase for 58 full-time and permanent part employees, plus numerous park and recreation employees, as well as numerous on-call firefighters. 39% of this article is for increases to the Department of Public Works personnel. 32% is for increases for the first responders, and the remaining 29% is for the town clerk office, assessing, library, selectman's office, tax collector, finance, land use, parks and recreation, code enforcement, welfare, and health departments. Now, the town health insurance plan will be increasing by 22.2% beginning July 1st. For employees, this will result in an increase based on the type of plan they have. So for the single plan, it's going to increase $249. A two-person plan is $488, and the family plan is going to go up $659. Since 2021, and I'm going to be throwing some numbers out here, but since 2021, the cost of living has been estimated to have risen 21.6%, while our employee compensation has only risen 18%. Now, this 3% that we're asking for this article is going to stay within the cost of living expenses for 2025, but our employees are still going to be below the cost of living adjustment when we consider the whole past 5 years. And most departments have not seen any raises outside of a cost of living increase that we've seen.
If I could make one correction, it was read out that the selectmen recommendation vote was 310. It was actually 300.
Okay.
No? Okay. On the, no, you're okay. So I remembered it wrong, your notes were wrong. All right, sorry about that.
So clarification that the vote was 3-1.
310.
Zero.
Okay, apologies.
Yep. Okay. I'd like to ask the Finance Committee to comment.
The Finance Committee recommends Article 4 with a unanimous vote of 8-0. Finance Committee agrees that a 3% pay increase for non-union town employees is acceptable for retention and hiring purposes. Last year's 5% increase improved the situation, but inflation has slowed. And the committee is pleased that the selectmen chose 3% instead. It is worth knowing that this is not an across-the-board cost of living increase. Instead, it is a pay increase that the selectmen must approve with input from department heads. The Finance Committee hopes that a merit-based system is used for these raises and that they will closely monitor the growth of salaries over time.
Thank you. I'd like to open to public comment.
Jack Meany, Quaker Street, Weare. I have an amendment to Article 4.
Okay, so
Selectman Drury threw out a bunch of numbers, and if you add them all up, they're still below what they have for cost of living. You're increasing their medical benefits, so when they go home, they're going to be getting less every week in their paycheck than they would originally. You know, the difference between 3 and 5%, which as I proposed, is a $60,730 difference. If they're worried about the revenue, and I know this Board of Selectmen were cutting everybody else's budget this year, I suggest maybe they ought to trim their budget and take their stipend that they get, which adds up to about $15,000, and take that back, so that'll cut that cost down. You figure they get about $3,000 a month for what they've got to do. And I think it's a shame that because if you don't have collective bargaining, you're going to give 3%, whereas the collective bargaining unit gets 5%. And you've got people out there, we can't retain or keep people as it is, and can't hire people. The highway department is shorthanded, police department shorthanded, fire department, I mean, they're all shorthanded. We can't even fill positions in the town office. And they'll take that money and want to spend it elsewhere, but not give the employees the raises. Thank you.
So thank you. I'd like to read the amendment as submitted. So the amendment as submitted reads, town employee raises for non-union personnel. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $115,678, so that's $115,678, representing a 5% rather than 3% pay increase for all non-union town and library personnel except the town administrator. The funding will be added to the annual operating budget in the amount of $154,237. So again, that's $154,237, representing the annual cost of wages and benefits beginning in 2016 as a recurring expense for the purpose of maintaining and continuing this initiative. 2026, did I say? I'm sorry, 2026, apologies. And I would need a second on the motion to amend.
I'll make a second.
Okay, I do hear a second. Like, comment?
I'd like to speak to the proposed amendment. The citizen who proposed it, Jack Meany, is moving out of town in 48 hours. So what he is proposing is a tax increase that he himself will not pay. And I want everyone to be aware of that when they vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ricky Hippler, Quaker Street. It wasn't so many years ago that we were very, very shy on employees. This year, the same way. We're very shy on employees again. Is that why we had the surplus? I think that with the insurance going up, the private sector becoming very competitive for the skilled trades that we hire for, I think we could be in a deficit again with employees even harder than we are now if we don't go with this 5%. Again, if it's a wash in and out with the insurance cost and the raise that they get, so be it. But again, we are still behind as a municipality, and we really don't have a lot to offer employees. We still don't offer short-term disability, long-term disability, a dental plan, et cetera, without it coming from the employee's pocket 100%. So we really don't offer a whole lot. So I'm in support of this amendment.
Hi, Leah Cushman, North Huntington Hill Road. So it's my understanding when I served on the Board of Fire Wards for 2 terms, and our call force dwindled down to basically nothing. So I don't see the need to be increasing over 3% the pay for a call force that doesn't really exist anymore, because the department was looking to make sure that we had full-time, the highest certification staff on every shift, 24 hours a day. And that costs the town a lot of money. And then to add, this amendment on top of it, I don't think that that's, I don't think that makes sense, at least for the fire department. So for the selectmen, when that comes to you, if it comes as a 3 or a 5%, something to consider. Also, I just think it is noteworthy, as it was pointed out, that when the salaries and pay increases are set in public meetings where the public can see, directly see and participate in the arguments for and against raises, that they are lower. And of course, when they're behind closed doors in a collective bargaining agreement with attorneys, and where the public has no direct input, and it's not open to them, and they can't see exactly how those decisions are made for a proposed pay increase, that it's going to be higher. And just think about that a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Killian, North Stark Highway. I just want to comment on Leah Cushman's comment about the dwindling call force. It is actually coming up. We got more people joining, and we are growing a little bit bigger. So I just want to state that. That's all.
Thank you.
Lori Davis, Buxton School Road. I hear that you're talking about a COLA increase. You have people that do not work for the town, they don't work for the government, and a lot of businesses since COVID have not given raises. Those are the people that are paying the taxes. You have a lot of people in this town that are on fixed incomes with Social Security. They don't get Social Security to cover this. I think when you're in a small town, everybody has to be a team player, and that includes the town employees. I get that they could make $27, $40 in some other town. If that's where they want to go and they want to drive and have those kinds of experiences and take a lot of time, I would hate to see them go, but that's part of life. But we are desperately taxing people who cannot afford these things, and we need to start thinking about our taxpayers.
Frank Campana, I didn't expect to have to address the article. I don't like the trip up here. But I applaud the board for the 3%.
We want to make sure that the discussion is on the amendment. This is discussion towards the amendment rather than the article itself.
Okay, if I don't want to support the amendment, how do I explain that?
You can explain. It's pertinent to the amendment, so you may explain
right.
that. Yep.
But thanks for clarifying.
Sure,
that.
sure.
I realize I'm speaking to the amendment.
Yeah.
So I applaud the board for the 3%. It doesn't have to be tied to, I've spoken publicly many times, doesn't have to be necessarily tied to a contract such as the police. That's a whole different ballgame. But I don't want to sound like I'm looking out for myself specifically, but I get Social Security. Probably there are a few other people in the room that get Social Security. I don't get anywhere near what the average Social Security number is. Like I say, I didn't come prepared for this. But I only got 2.5%, as everybody else did for Social Security. And yes, out of that 2.5% increase, they are taking more from me for my health insurance, for the deductibles. And that applies to everybody on Social Security, not just me. So I would not support the amendment. And again, I thank the Board of Selectmen for still giving the 3%, which seems reasonable. And just as one other speaker spoke, I think the person submitting the amendment, we have made strides to increase pay for town employees over the last couple of years. True, it may not be in an excess amount, but strides have been made. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment?
Eileen Meany, Quaker Street. I appreciated the 3%. I think the problem and the reason why I support the amendment was the increased cost of health insurance for our employees. Even with the 3%, they end up taking home less than they did prior to this. And so it puts them financially at more of a disadvantage just from the increases in those costs. And that's really what I'm concerned about. I think our employees are, to speak to Ms. Davis's point, they are hardworking, loyal, and understand that they chose to work in a community that pays them less than any other of the surrounding communities. And I totally appreciate the fact that they're willing to do that because they could go elsewhere and make more money. That's obvious. And when you look at the positions that we currently have open, the vacancies that we currently have open in town, that we're consistently over and over and over looking to hire, and I see week after week all of those vacant positions being posted repeatedly without anyone coming forward to take those positions. It makes me wonder about what this increase in cost will do for the complement of non-union staff that we have. And to Ms. Cushman's point, that's true when you have advocates collectively bargaining and attorneys in rooms to be able to push the point and to be advocates for employees. You find that they are able to obtain increases in pay and better benefits for the employees. I think probably if our employees were large enough, they would look to unionizing because it's to their benefit to do so because no one else is advocating for them in that way. So that 5%, what it does is it assists them in paying for a benefit that is increasing due to no fault of their own. It's increasing because everything is increasing. Cost of living, we all know, all of us are experiencing it, wherever you work, when you go to the food store, when you go to the gas station, with no end in sight. And so I support the 5% because I believe our employees are worth it. I believe that the additional cost of health care, this will help them offset that, and I hope that this town can retain the good employees that they have. Ran into Jason in the parking lot. I think about our DPW. We've had, in the past couple of days, 3 small storms, and so people don't really think about the small storms. You're better off having a 2-foot snowstorm than all these small snowstorms because what that means for our DPW is that they've been out straight for days. If you're a Department of Public Works employee from around October through April, you don't make plans. You are home waiting for a call. That means on weekends and evenings when everyone else is, off living a life, you are standing by. And our stipend for that service is lower than the rest of the state. And so when I think, about those employees and our town employees that are non-union, it makes sense to me to support them in this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone who hasn't had the chance to speak to the amendment? And again, speaking to the amendment.
Tom Clow, 125 Concord Stage Road. Just a clarification, based on what the previous speaker said, does this mean that, and for the board or the finance administrator, that the insurance increase will wipe out the 3% raise? You understand what I'm saying? In other words, a 3% raise is really will be meaningless because of the insurance increase.
I'll open that up to Finance Director, if that's okay with you.
That's okay,
moderator.
yes, yeah. we can-
Do you have any?
Actually depends on the employee and what type of plan they have. So if they're on the lower scale wage-wise and they have a family plan, they might take home less.
Okay. So it depends on what plan they're on, but basically there are people who will receive less even though there's a 3% raise.
Correct.
Thank you.
Travis Corcoran speaking to the amendment with 2 points. First, a follow-up on Mr. Clo's point. It could in fact be, based on particulars, that someone might find that their total theoretical compensation in cash goes up, but then because their compensation in insurance also goes up, the cash goes down. But in general, in the free market, in government service, et cetera, compensation is a bundle of goods. You get some amount of educational stipend, you get your health insurance, you get this and that. And I don't think saying that, hey, this employee had a net increase in benefits, their healthcare went up, therefore their actual cash went down by $10 a paycheck, is something that we as citizens have to say, oh, these poor people, their compensation went down. That's not the case. The compensation went up. Those dollars come directly out of our pockets, and it doesn't matter how they're divvied up. If compensation goes up, compensation goes up. The second point to the speaker before the speaker, Mrs. Meany from Quaker Street, it's my understanding that she is also moving out of town in 48 hours. So my understanding is that the vast majority of the people speaking in favor of this tax increase that will land on all of us will not be paying it. So, we've all heard of taxation without representation. This is something similar. Taxation without taxation. Taxation on us without taxation on the people who are in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is speaking to the amendment.
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. I'd like to introduce something practical in this. Inflation was 3%. If this article goes forward with 5%...
Is this pertaining to the amendment?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yep.
If the article goes forward as the amendment proposes at 5%, and the people in this town who come out to vote recognize that inflation is 3%, and their pockets have gone up 3%, they may very well vote this down as an overly generous payment to town employees. If that's the case, the town employees get nothing. So I oppose this amendment because I think 3% is reasonable and it's likely to be adopted by the voters. I think 5% is not likely to be adopted by the voters, and I don't want the town employees to get zero. Thank you.
Thank you.
Benji Knapp, Adeline. I'm not one to drag a meeting on, so I'll make this brief. I am not moving out of town in 48 hours, so I do agree with the 5%, the amendment for the 5%. The vote for the Board of Selectmen was 3-1. The one no vote was my no vote. The reason I had the no vote is because I wanted a 5% increase to start with. Whether it's silly or not silly, I'm very firm believer that the non-union and union should be treated the same as far as the pay increases go. And last year was the only year that's ever happened in the 20-some years I've been involved with the town government. So, it's awful funny. Some people that get up this mic are retired and do have a fixed income, and I feel their pain, and I apologize, but many people that get up to this mic that attack, it irks me that the thing that they attack is the wages. You know, I vote no on the dump truck or the cruiser or the fire truck, but why they go after a little bit of wages, I don't know. And they live in some of the biggest houses in town, so obviously they got paid good sometime along their life. So.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment to be made on the amendment as submitted? Okay. So we'll move to. Oh.
Good morning. Trevor Anderson, the Assistant Fire Chief. I wanted to speak to this. I spoke to this during the Select Board meeting, the last meeting we had on the warrant articles. That 3%, and the Select Board can clarify for me just to make sure, because I want to make sure I understand it correctly, is still based off of merit, correct? So it's up to a max of 3%?
So what we discussed, if y'all don't mind me speaking, was what we were looking to do is ask for a pool of 3%. The initial attempt will be to divvy it out based on merit. We do have a fallback position of if we find that we're unable to do that, whether reviews were incomplete or data doesn't seem to line up with can we do it this year, then we would fall back to a flat 3%. But the initial attempt will be a 3% pool that we do divvy out by merit. And if we are unable to this year, we will put the work in this year to attempt and use that to do so in following years.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Selectman Bloom, for clarifying that. I just wanted to make sure that it didn't seem that that was very clear at the initial onset of this warrant article. And speaking to the amendment at 5%, as you know, as a assistant department head, right, I'm new to the town of Weare in this position. I would strongly encourage that we stick with that 5% amendment. You know, the fire service, police service, and DPWs, you know, I can't really speak for them as well, but it's a very cutthroat business currently. So trying to retain employees that have some decent amount of certifications and experience is extremely difficult. You know, it takes one phone call from the town next door with a small raise, and you lose that employee who you've spent time training, right, getting up to certification levels. The cost of living, I believe they had put it down at 2.7%. So we're really looking at a 0.3% raise based off of merit. I think that's a pretty rough number to kind of sell out to your employees, especially with the insurance increasing. So I'd appreciate the support at the 5% amendment.
Richard Butt, I don't support the amendment. If there are inequities within the pay scale for departments, the general pay increase is not going to correct that. An example was last year, it was identified as that the highway department should get a higher wage based on a comparative study. And there was a separate article placed on the warrant to increase the hourly wage for the employees. If people think the annual COLA increase or merit increase is going to correct those problems, they're flat out wrong. If there's a problem somewhere within the department where people are being underpaid, whether it's fire department, highway department, police department's collective bargaining agreement, or in the general employees that work at the town office, then there should be an article placed on the warrant to correct that situation. There should be a wage and study analysis done. We don't do any of that. It's kind of a knee-jerk reaction, I guess. But I want to just verify these numbers that I just quickly calculated using my phone. I took the wages for the assessing department, and I increased it by 3%. And that resulted in I believe, a $1,500 wage increase for the year. It was based on a salary of about $48,000. The increase in health insurance, the way I calculate it, it's $91. So I'd really like somebody to take an example out of the budget for a particular employee, you don't have to mention their name, but because it's been mentioned as to employees are going to be losing money or are going to be upside down because of increases in health insurance. Health insurance did go up by $3,000 and change for this one particular employee. But again, they're paying 10% of that. So could somebody please calculate what using an example in the book, an actual person with their actual salary and what the actual increase in insurance is, what are those two numbers? What's the difference? Is the employee going to be upside down? We're going to be losing money? I kind of doubt it. I would think the advantage is still to the employee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guess if you'd allow me to fill the dead air a little bit.
Sure.
I do want to speak very briefly to insurance costs. That was a very, very big part of the increase of the proposed budget. We have said publicly as a board, again, correct me if anybody thinks I'm wrong speaking this, that I think very quickly next year, we want to make sure that's all, next fiscal year, make sure that's all put out to bid, and that hasn't been done in a very, very long time. So to make sure that the insurance costs are as low as they can be. So, you know, it kind of touches on the operating budget, kind of touches on some of the discussion about raises, but we are looking seriously at getting those numbers reevaluated and potentially offering more options, that kind of thing, for health insurance and other types of insurance as well. So nothing more finite than that, but we've talked about that as a task that needs doing.
Okay. Thank you. We are allowing the opportunity for some calculations to be done to speak to the amendment.
Thank you for waiting.
Sure.
We just picked one employee, I'm not going to name a person, but that employee, is that 3%, Beth? 3%? Yeah, 3%. Okay, so the 3% increase would give them an additional $15.36 a week, but the cost of their health care is going to cost them $16.50. So they're a little bit upside down. They'll be taking home less. You said to pick one employee, so we did.
Yep. Okay. So would anyone else like to speak to the amendment as proposed?
Danielle Wayland, Collins Landing Road. I don't speak in front of people. I left working in this town back in 2001 because that exact thing happened to me. 3 years in a row, I went home with less in my paycheck. And I had to make a decision for my family and went south, one down.
Thank you. Okay.
Leah Cushman, North Huntington Hill Road. I just want to throw it out there to consider that that also happens in the private sector. Costs for insurance go up on your car, costs for insurance on your house go up. So more of your paycheck is spent on those expenses and you keep less in your pocket or for other expenses. In this case, they're just seeing the charge in their paycheck because the town, it's part of their pay. And not every, I mean, that happens in the private sector too. So it's not like as egregious or unheard of as everyone is making it sound. It happens everywhere. It's either before you get your paycheck or you see it after you get your paycheck. Thank you.
Eileen Meany, Quaker Street. I absolutely agree with what Ms. Cushman said. The only difference is that in the private sector, at the time of your annual performance review, you have the opportunity to open up negotiation and renegotiate your salary directly with your employer, which our town employees don't do. We set their salary based on our budget, and this town makes a decision about how much they're going to make. So that's a pretty important distinction.
Travis Corcoran, Quaker Street. I want to agree with Leah. There's been a lot of discussion saying, you know, hey, after the cost of living adjustment, there is only an additional 1 or 2%. And, you know, I can understand someone's an employee and they think, hey, in this year, I get effectively the ability to buy a certain basket of goods. Great, you gave me an inflation adjustment, I can buy that again. And then I only go up 1 or 2% on top of that. Again, this is very much a government employee way of approaching things. In the private sector, you are not remotely guaranteed an annual cost of living adjustment. And the idea, and Leigh also made the great point, that in the private sector, you might buy some of these benefits individually. You know, I'm that way. I'm a 1099 contractor. I buy my own insurance out of my pocket. Additionally, in the private sector, you get whatever you get in a given year. And, you know, as a, excuse me, I'm talking without breathing. There is no guarantee that you'll even make the same amount. You know, I've had some really excellent years where I've been able to pick up 2 or 3 jobs in parallel and can bill 70 hours a week. The last couple of years with the economy rocky and inflation high, I've seen my income step down sort of monotonically 3 or 4 years in a row. That's just how it is. So the idea of, you know, oh no, the cost of my benefits went up and I got a raise, but I was actually $6 less per paycheck. You know, I'd love to have that I only go down. I'm guaranteed to, you know, have a total increase in compensation. And again, I want to point out that we've got people who effectively don't live in town, you know, already packed up, a house is empty, proposing that our taxes go up. And, you know, it's within the rules that they can speak, but I want people to think about that when they vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I move the question, please?
Yes. So we'll move to vote on the amendment as submitted.
Mr. Moderator, we can't cut off debate simply by one person asking to stop it. If the motion is to stop debate, it requires a 2/3 vote to pass that motion. On the other hand, if nobody else gets up to speak, no motion is necessary.
Thank you for the clarification. Would anyone else like to speak? Oh, geez, okay.
Jack Meany, Quaker Street. In response to Mr. Cochran, my esteemed neighbor from across the street, yeah, I've got the house for sale. Yeah, we've got a proposed buyer. I'm not moving until they sign the papers, so I'm still a resident of the town of Weare. And I proposed this article, so I don't think that should have anything to do whether I'm moving, staying. I propose this as a taxpayer, and I'm still paying taxes, and I'll still be paying taxes when I go to sign on this house, you know, to sign off on it. But the thing is that it's unequitable, if you look at it in the big picture, that because there's a union and the fact that they have collective bargaining, they're getting 5%. If you're not in the union, that's about what the attitude is. Tough. We'll give you what you're going to get, and that's all there is. And that's not fair to the other employees. They are in our charge, meaning the taxpayers and the Board of Selectmen, and they're supposed to look out for their well-being. You know, if you want to beat them like a rented mule, then I guess you're doing that. But the thing is that I don't care if you're in private sector, and I've been in the private sector, owned my own business for years. I've been in the government sector, and you don't always get it, but they have unions and they have people that negotiate for you. And even in the private sector, they do. But at this point in time, somebody's got to speak up for these guys so they can get it. They shouldn't be looking at a negative net increase when they get their paycheck every week. Thank you.
Okay. We do have a motion to restrict the question, so is there a second to restrict? To move the question. We do have a second? Okay, so all those in favor to move the question? All right, so 1, 2. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, so it moves forwards. Okay, and we'll now vote to move the amendment. All those in favor of moving the amendment? Okay. Please raise them really high so I don't have to guess. Nineteen, 20, 21, 22. We are moving, or we are voting in favor of the amendment. So that is the yes. Okay. Okay, so we will, can we, okay, so we're going to redo the vote. Apologies for the miscommunication. Right now, what I'm asking is for those who are in favor of amending the article. So this would be in favor of 5% rather than 3%. I'd like you to ask or excuse me, raise your card. Okay, thank you. One, 22, 23, okay. Okay, and now, I'm now going to ask those who are not in favor of the amendment, so who are not in favor of the 3%, of the 5%. Thank you. Okay. 30, 31, 32. Okay. So the amendment is not adopted. So now we will continue conversation on the article.
What was the vote for no?
It was 23 to 31.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So is there any further discussion on the article as written? Okay. So seeing that there's no further discussion, the article will be placed on the ballot as written.
I'll move restrict reconsideration on Article 4.
Okay. Do you have a second? Second. Do you have a second? Okay. And now we need to vote to restrict. All those in favor? Okay. All those opposed? Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. So that is Article 4. All right. Thanks, guys. I did the best I could there. Okay, this is moving on to Article 5. Article 5 is, shall the town raise and appropriate $1,615 to increase the Parks and Recreation Director's stipend? This funding will be added to the annual operating budget in the amount of $2,153 to increase the annual stipend from $5,000 to $7,000 beginning in 2026 as a reoccurring expense for the purpose of maintaining and continuing this initiative. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 4-0, and the estimated tax impact is 0.001 cent. So speaking to the article, I'd like to address Selectman Drury to address.
I'd like to move the article as written. So the Parks and Recreation Commission is proposing to increase the stipend for the park director. This is an annual stipend and has not increased since the inception of the stipend in 2008. The Park and Recreation Commission are looking for an individual to take on more responsibility when it comes to overseeing the parks in the town. Now, a little additional information on this. While going from $5,000 to $7,000 as a stipend does represent a 40% increase, and if you're looking at percentages, that does seem high. You have to remember this has not changed for 16 years. Park has reviewed and has rewritten the job description going forward. and is asking more from the director, as well as the, as well as accurately describing what the job position is. Now, this is a year-round position, and while most of the work is done during the summer and the spring months, there's still work that's done year-round on this. So and this is essentially what I'm describing. This is essentially a paid volunteer position. So this is somebody from the town who has volunteered their time, and the stipend is to cover their costs, whether it's travel costs or anything else that is incurred during their work for the town. So this is not a hired position. It is a volunteer, and we're looking to increase their compensation for their volunteer work. One of the questions that's come up as we've discussed this is that, well, why not make it a position? And actually, if we go prior to 2008, this was an hourly paid position as part of the town. They were earning approximately $13 an hour, so if they were working full-time, that'd be $27,000 annually. We're looking to have this stipend remain as a stipend at $7,000 going forward.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the Town Finance Committee to comment.
The Finance Committee, excuse me, the Finance Committee voted to not recommend Article 5 by a vote of 10-0 unanimously. The committee believes the current stipend has been adequate to fill the position in the past and sees no reason to raise the pay until we have difficult filling the position.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to recognize our Park Commission Chairman, Denise Purington, to be able to speak to this.
Yes. Public comment is open.
Thank you. My name is Denise Purington. I'm the chair of Parks and Rec Commission. I just wanted to give everybody here a little bit of history. As Chairman, as Member Drury mentioned, this position, I went back through the town records, goes back to 1999. It was established as a volunteer, not a specific hour position. For those who may not know, the Parks and Rec has oversight for 3 athletic facilities, Purington Field, Inison Field, and Bolton Park. In addition to that, the responsibility for running and managing Chase Park year-round, including winter months when, like right now, we have ice fishing season going on. In addition to that, we're responsible for the tennis court, skate park, and the gazebo. Some of the responsibilities that this position is responsible for, and it is a 7-day-a-week, 24-hour-a-day position. So this volunteer may have to go out at 7 or 8 o'clock at night. If we have an issue with the sprinkler system that's running in the evening, they have to be available to do that. They have to be available on weekends. They're making constant rounds to the various facilities. As many may or may not know, vandalism has become a large issue for us. Give you a couple of examples. This year, the DPW kindly went down and put new gravel in the parking lot and graded for us. Within 48 hours, that parking lot was destroyed by somebody who chose to go down there and do donuts. We had a event where they tried to break into our shed and damaged the door beyond repair. So we are constantly having to have somebody go field to field to make sure when these things happen, we can quickly take care of them. The individual in this position has oversight for all of our contracts to coordinate those, so that is waste disposal, our porta potty services, our irrigation services. They help with the hiring process of Chase Park. So at this time of the year right now, we are accepting applications. There needs to be coordination for that process, making sure that once staff are hired, that they're scheduled to interview with the board, that all paperwork and training is ready prior to the season starting. And they also helped coordinate the events. Now, this year, we've been trying to add events. So we worked with the Lake Course Association to add movie night. We had a tree decorating ceremony and lighting ceremony in conjunction with the community members. We hosted a senior barbecue at the lake this year, something we haven't done in the past. And then coming up in the spring is all of the coordination and scheduling for all the youth athletic teams to be able to use the fields. Currently, that position is vacant. The current person in that position did step down, and I recognize that the Finance Committee feels we should wait until we have difficulty filling the position. But part of the reason we lost the individual was, as I just read off, there's an awful lot we expect from this individual for about $5,000 a year. And there has been no change, as it was mentioned, since 2009. So had we come here every year and asked for some increase in this, the stipend would be way higher. But we're finding it more and more challenging. We have a lot of oversight in this town. Currently, the commission is made up of all volunteers. Even this position is a volunteer position. And most of the commission members work full-time, so it's very difficult during the day or on weekends to be able to coordinate all the activities above and beyond what we're already doing. So we feel that it's reasonable, and again, yes, it seems like 40% is a lot, but it's been 10 years or more, and it's less than a cent impact to the overall budget. So we're really asking the town if they would just please consider understanding all the things that Parks and Rec Commission has responsibility for, and that this position has been very valuable in making sure that we can keep up with all of our maintenance and all of our responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other further comment, public comment?
Helene Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. I just want to point out that in the budget, Park and Rec's proposed budget is roughly $2,000 less than their default budget.
Thank you. Okay. Any further public comment? Okay. So seeing it that there is no further discussion, Article 5 will be placed on the ballot as written.
I move strict reconsideration on Article 5.
Second. Okay, we have a second. So all those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Article moves as written. So this is now Article 6. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $5,171 for the establishment of an ancillary position of detective, and further to fund this purchase through taxation, and to permanently add the associated costs for the salary and benefits of this initiative to the police department's operating budget for future years? The primary purpose of this initiative is to provide an expert resource in investigations focused primarily on crimes against juvenile victims. This funding will be added to the police department's annual operating budget beginning in 2026 and as a recurring expense for the purpose of maintaining the initiative. The annual amount for this ancillary position would be $6,720, and this article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen, a vote of 4-0, and the estimated tax impact is 0.004 cents. And speaking to the article, I'd like to recognize Selectman Bloom.
I would like to move the article as read. The approval of this article would provide funding for a pay and benefit supplement for one officer to increase his or her responsibilities as a detective. The job responsibilities of the detective would substantially increase as the individual would become an expert resource in investigations focused primarily on crimes against juvenile victims. Additionally, the detective would participate on a regional task force to address this type of crime. When compared to neighboring communities, Weare experiences a much higher and more significant rate of crimes committed against juveniles. To address a couple of points that may come up, joining that task force, there is no cost to that. This is additional work that the officer would be doing. It's not, they wouldn't be taking away from their current tasking. This is additional work, additional pay for additional work, and to not hire a new person for that, but to keep our current staffing.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Finance Committee to speak.
The Finance Committee voted to not recommend Article 6 by a vote of 6-2. The item was low on the list of the police chief's priorities, and the majority, looking at the whole picture of spending requests, wanted to limit tax increases. The minority believes the chief has identified a problem with crimes against juveniles, and this additional training and attention will be focused on addressing the same.
Thank you. So I'm recognizing Chief Moore to speak to the article.
Morning, everyone. So the detective position used to be a full-time permanent position with the police department years ago. As the town grew in population, of course doing more with less, that individual had to get rolled over to patrol. We still have the patrol responsibility because we have to keep 2 officers on shift at all times due to the size and the population of the town. So somebody is going to be picking up an extra workload. Not that we don't already do the work, but we're going to expect a higher level of service. The director of the Child Advocacy Center sent a letter of support comparing the town of Weare with neighboring towns. The types of crimes we get against children are much more severe, and the result of us charging individuals with those crimes result in much more substantial jail sentences. This is a need of the community based on what's actually occurring to ensure that the police department has the tools necessary to address the situation at hand. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to give the opportunity for public comment.
Richard Butt, Old Town Road. I'd like to have a reassurance that the way the article reads does not create an additional position. The word ancillary doesn't, in my mind, in my definition of the word, doesn't guarantee that that wouldn't become a full-time position. The chief had mentioned that at one point in time, I've been around long enough to know that we didn't have a detective's position, and we still don't have a detective's position. What we have is an officer assigned as a detective. It's just like we have a prosecutor, but the prosecutor duties is done by an existing officer. It's not an additional position. So I'm concerned about the word position in the warrant article. I'd like to have a legal definition or concurrence that this does not add a position, because I don't see anything in here that would indicate that it is not an added position. And as a matter of fact, if this article is approved, there'll be a line item created in the operating budget, and it's likely that line item would say detective. Once it's in the operating budget as an approved line item, then money can be added to that line to cover the cost of a full-time detective, an additional officer, without voter approval. So I'm concerned, the way this article reads, does it prevent that becoming a full-time additional position? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll allow Chief Moore to respond.
So the position is already established in the CBA as a detective.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The position of detective is already in the collective bargaining agreement. Speaking with legal counsel, we are fine if that just goes to responsibility rather than position. It's an ancillary responsibility. No problem with that whatsoever. The way it was proposed, it's not, if this funding is adopted, it's not going in as a new line, it's just going into existing salary and benefit lines already.
So this isn't a position, the cost is not associated with the amount of time the person is putting into this activity, it's a flat increase in the person's pay, an annual increase.
Correct. It's a two-step raise, and we also computated overtime, potential overtime from it, in it, as well as any taxes or anything like that.
Okay, so there will not be a line added to the budget, it'll just be an additional amount added to his pay.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to have that clarified on the warrant article, so I have an amendment that basically says the same thing, so.
You may submit an amendment. Okay. Can I get so this amendment
I'd like to have it verified by.
works? Okay, the amendment is approved legally, so we would just need a second. Okay, so,
It simply just establishes it's an assignment, it's not an additional position.
yeah, I will read it.
And maybe make it clearer for the people voting on this that it is not an additional position.
Right, so I'm going to read the amendment that I will then open up discussion towards. So the amendment will now read, the amendment itself reads, to cover the costs of an existing police officer assigned to the duties of detective, and strikes the term position and replaces it with assignment. Similarly, replaces the terminology ancillary position and replaces it with assignment. So I will read the article as amended. So shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $5,171 to cover the costs of an existing police officer assigned to the duties of detective, and further to fund this assignment through taxation, and to permanently add the associated costs for the salary and benefits of this initiative to the police department's operating budget for future years. The primary purpose of this initiative is to provide an expert resource in investigations focused primarily on crimes against juvenile victims. This funding will be added to the police department's annual operating budget beginning in 2026 as a recurring expense for the purpose of maintaining the initiative. The annual amount for this assignment would be $6,720, and the estimated tax impact would be 0.004 cents. So I'd like to open the floor to discussion of the amendment.
Frank Campana. I would support the amendment. Right from the get-go, when the selectmen were discussing this and the police chief was proposing it as a proposal, my first thought was, as the chief indicated, prior to the amendment, it would have been a shared duty of an officer already on the pay scale, correct? Okay, similar to, I think the police chief said, the prosecutor is a shared position. So I understand that, and I'm not questioning the merits of the, of the purpose. I want to be understood in that. So I thought, well, what happens if, prior to the amendment, what happens if it passes and that shared position, say in a couple of years, the police chief says, well, it can't be shared, it can't be a shared duty for the officer because it's taken away from him being out on the road. Okay, so he can't devote the time to being the detective. So now it opens the door for a detective position. Again, this was the way I interpret the original article. So I want to try to avoid that if possible, and I would support the amendment, and I think the amendment clarifies that as far as, things may change, but I think the amendment may help that situation. Mike.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? So all in favor of adopting the amendment? Okay. Okay. All opposed to the amendment? Okay, so we have one. Okay, so the amendment moves forward. Okay.
I move restrict reconsideration, is this right, of Article 6?
Right. So prior to that, I do want to make sure, any further discussion on the article as amended? Okay, hearing no further discussion.
Do I have to do it again?
Yes, please.
I move to restrict reconsideration of Article 6.
Okay. You have a second? Say all in favor to move to restrict. Thank you. Okay, all opposed? Okay, thank you. I'm going to get it right one of these days. Okay, so we are moving to Article 7. So shall the town change the transfer station recyclable special revenue fund percentage of recyclable revenue that is restricted to the previously established special revenue fund from 50% to 100% for the purpose of transfer station equipment and capital projects. This special revenue fund was previously established by town meeting, Article 12, in March of 2022 for the purpose of transfer station equipment and capital projects. A 2/3 vote is required. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 4-0, and the estimated tax impact is 3 cents. So speaking to the article, I'd like to recognize Vice Chair Knapp.
Vote to move Article 7.
I'll second.
So this article, as stated, moves it from 50 to 100% of what we keep of the recyclable money. In 2022, this was put in place to try to help with offset some of the costs of buying your capital projects up there, and there was plans to maybe do some sort of recycling building. As you see, it's nice and blustery outside, and those people are still up there outside with the equipment outside baling cardboard. So that money would help do those kind of projects without coming to the taxpayers and asking for additional money. It's averaged $74,000 over the time that it's been in place, and in the last 5 years, the 6 years, it's been $74,000 average in total revenue, and then we keep half of that. So we want to make it clear that this money can't be just spent by the director or the Board of Selectmen. No matter what he proposes to buy, it has to come through you, the voters, in March, every March. So it's just kind of a savings account for when we need to buy a trash trailer or a baler or maybe put up a recycling building.
Okay, I'd like to ask the Town Finance Committee to comment.
The Finance Committee voted to not recommend this article by a vote of 6-2, Article 7. Transfer station collects approximately $70,000 each year in recyclables revenue. Currently, 50% of the revenue flows to the transfer station recyclable special revenue fund, the other 50% to the general fund, which could be used to offset taxes. This article requests that 100% of the revenue flow to the fund. A majority of the Finance Committee would rather see some portion of recyclables revenue remain to be available to offset taxes. The minority believes that the transfer station would benefit from having more revenue available in the fund.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize DPW Director Fisk.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd just like to reiterate a couple points. The general fund can be used to offset your taxes. It's not a guarantee that the Board of Selectmen will. This warrant article is a way to ensure that revenue from the transfer station goes to offsetting the tax impact for capital improvement projects and equipment for the transfer station. It ensures that the facility, the money that the facility brings in goes back into the facility.
Thank you. And we're open to public comment. Yep.
Brenda Lashway, 107 Buxton. I do remember when we voted the 50%, and every time I go there, I'm noticing, man, these guys are still out in the freezing cold. So I thought by now there'd be enough money. So how long would it take you if you get to 100% to be able to put something reasonable up to protect the people that are doing that work for us? Thank you.
Can speak to that.
In the DPW's CIP, excuse me, CIP proposal, 2030 is when we are hoping to get a new facility up there. In the next couple of years, we would look to start to develop a plan to make sure we can make that happen. This fund would greatly, it would help us a lot. We wouldn't have to take out such a huge bond if we did a large facility. This would be a way to put a giant down payment on that, if not pay for a small recycling facility. That way people can get in out of the weather. We can have a few balers, do plastic, do cardboard, do the aluminum cans, and everybody can stay warm and not bundled up on these nice days that we're having.
Ricky Hippler, Quaker Street. First, want to commend Director Fisk and Selectman Knapp, who have probably been up all night plowing the roads, for being here, so thank you. With this, like Director Fisk said, the facility needs to be replaced. The trash trailers cost $100,000 to $125,000 a piece. You know, putting this to 100% and putting all that revenue in a fund would be similar to how the fire department operates with their equipment. It would be funded by the recycling. So I'm 100%, no pun intended, in favor of this article. Thank you.
Richard Butt, Old Town Road. I'm not in support of this article. We're going to be losing about $30,000 in revenue that would go into the general fund that could be used to offset taxes. But what's missing in this discussion is that there is about $24,000 in hauling costs for those items that generate the most revenue: sheet metal, cardboard, and aluminum. Paper revenue was $966, according to the information I have from the transfer station final report. The hauling cost for paper was $4,600. The amount of revenue we get in for tin, which everybody dumps into that hopper, zero for the whole year. Zero transportation costs. Batteries, zero. Plastic is zero. It has been zero for a while. So the approximately $30,000, which represents 50% of the revenue that they bring in, goes into the general fund. And that offsets the cost of hauling. So not only are we losing $30,000 in revenue, but now we're going to be fully taxed for the $24,000 in hauling costs. There is no offset anymore for the hauling costs. So we're losing between $50,000 to $60,000 a year in revenue. If we're going to build a new facility there, I don't think this is what the intent was, certainly starting at 50%. It was enough to take care of some of those items that may need to be repaired or replaced. it wasn't intended to cover the cost of a new facility. That is something that would have to be probably likely bonded. The amount of money that could be retained in that fund without expending anything for any repair work down there is going to be minimal compared to the cost of the bond. So I don't think that's a legitimate reason to go to 100%. And as a result of that, and feeling as though this is not going to benefit the taxpayers, because we're losing revenue everywhere. We get revenue in, like Park and Recreation. We would get revenue in for receipts from Chase Park, and that would go to offset the tax rate, go into the general fund. Now they keep it, so we lost that revenue. We're getting less revenue from the state to the tune of $300,000. Less revenue from all sources of revenue, including the state, $300,000. That's increasing our tax rate. Right out of the gate, we're short $300,000. Now they want to take more revenue. And I think it's a downward spiral. I think it's going to make it to the point where any revenue we get in is going to be kept by the department. And reality is, it's the voters, the citizens of town that generate that revenue. The transfer station collects it. We're the ones that create it. So I have an amendment.
Okay, so we do have an amendment submitted.
So are you going to first
I'll read the.
make sure it's acceptable?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so the amendment as submitted is a valid amendment. So this changes the amendment to read, changes the article, the amendment changes the article to read, shall the town support the transfer station recyclable special revenue fund? It then strikes the following line, from 50% to 100% for the purpose of transfer station equipment and capital projects. The article would read, this special revenue fund was previously established by town meeting Article 12, March 2022, for the purpose of transfer station equipment and capital projects. Strikes the two-thirds vote required, and the estimated tax impact changes from 3 cents to 0. So I will read the article in its entirely. Should this amendment be adopted, shall the town support the transfer station recyclable special revenue fund? This special revenue fund was previously established by town meeting Article 12, March 2022, for the purpose of transfer station equipment and capital projects. The estimated tax impact is 0. So would anyone like to speak to the amendment?
I'd just like to.
Oh, I'm sorry, we actually do need a second for the amendment.
Oh.
Okay, we do have a second. Now, would anyone like to speak to the amendment?
It's pretty self-explanatory. What it's doing is keeping the percentages the same as they are now. The other thing is the estimated tax impact. It states it's 3 cents. We're losing that revenue as an offset to the hauling fees, which are approximately close to $30,000. So to me, the tax impact should include that, because now we're paying taxes directly on the hauling fees. So it says 3 cents. I think it's really 6 cents. So not that I have a 6 cents, but so I just, it's simple. It's a clarification. Leave it the same. I don't think it's going to benefit us as taxpayers, and it's going to hurt us, actually. Thanks.
Okay, so I'd like to open the floor to comments on the amendment as submitted.
David Erickson, Poor Farm Road. I oppose the amendment because I have, working as a carpenter, I have gone to many other towns to dispose of materials, roofing, scrap lumber and so forth. And many towns around us have a building where the workers can be inside, and they have for quite some number of years. I think if we ever get to the point where the highway department is building diamond-studded buildings and buying, having more money than they need, am I correct? This body can change this back down to a lower percentage in the future. Yes, the council believes that we can. Another point is that when you decide, just as one example, to have metal cans shipped away recycled rather than incinerated, first of all, it just makes sense. Metal cans don't incinerate very well. It's not a good stream, a good disposal method, but also we save the weight of those metal cans being counted amongst the compacted material, so we pay less for the stuff that goes in the compactor. Am I right, Mr. Fisk? All right. Thank you very much.
Well, obviously speaking out against the amendment. Regardless of whether we put the 100% in the fund or not, it's still the taxpayer paying the bill. If we got to buy a trash trailer, if we got to buy another skid steer, we're paying the bill. So to Mr. Butt's point, we're putting the money into the fund, correct. We're losing it on the other side for hauling, correct. But at the end of the day, we're still all paying for it.
Kate Bloom, Duck Pond Road. I just have a question about the amendment. So is it still a 2/3 vote required? No, it's just majority?
It is not. That is
Okay, that's been removed. Okay.
correct.
And then what happens if the vote is no on supporting?
So if the amendment as proposed passes, and there are no other amendments, and this goes to the voters, no matter what the voters do, the percentage will remain at 50%.
Okay, so voting no, if this was to be put on the ballot and the town voted no, it doesn't change anything?
It would not change the 50%.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Brian Campana, Quaker Street. I would support the amendment for the way that it was described. I would not be able to come anywhere close to that speaker's explanation and reason for the amendment, but I will give this one example. The Parks and Rec has the same thing. They keep, I believe it's 50% of their revenue. And this, towards the end of this past year, the town had another funding source available to spend money. It was left over from the ARPA, the government ARPA money. It was a sizable amount. The department heads were given the opportunity to put a wish list together to spend that money, and that was done. And the Parks and Rec was one of them. Again, they have the fund available to spend out of that. And it was approved that they could buy some picnic tables. Now, again, other departments, they were looking for, equipment. They were looking for, really nuts and bolts stuff, not picnic tables. So here, the Parks and Rec, they had that fund available, yet they took, and unfortunately the selectmen approved it, but for just a very basic expenditure, they preserved their fund balance in that revenue. So I'm wondering if maybe, I'm not accusing, but I'm wondering if the same scenario could play out if now the amendment fails and it goes to 100% receiving of money, that probably the DPW director, if he saw a need for an expense at the transfer station, And if there was another funding available other than grants, he may want to preserve that money at the 100% and then, you know, use another funding source. So I think it probably, again, I hate to use the word abuse, and I don't mean it in the true definition, but I believe it could be manipulated to preserve all that money instead of buying a trash trailer, instead of buying whatever else might need it. And I do agree, I feel bad for the people up there that are out in a cold, windy day or a rainy day, but perhaps something needs to be investigated that could be, even if it's temporary, to put a warrant out, to come up with a solution, some type of solution, and have it as a warrant article. So I'm still very much in favor of the amendment, and I hope it passes. Thank you. And if I may ask of the moderator, somebody like me that's, you know, kind of hard to comprehend things, the last amendment that we had, if when you give the vote count, if you could say, you know, there were 2 yeses, 3 noes. I mean, I guess we always presume that the yes comes first, but I don't know that.
Okay.
So if you just clarify that, I would appreciate it.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any discussion on the amendment? Yep.
I would be opposed to the amendment, and I know this kind of goes back to the original article, but if you consider the price of the equipment down there, leaving it as it states, you're actually setting up a savings account for the future. If you take, for example, the compactor, a couple of weeks ago, the compactor was broken down. I think it was on a Saturday. We had mountains of trash there waiting for the compactor to be put back together again, or whatever they had to do. Equipment like that is so expensive. You know, there's an article coming up on the scale, which is, I'll speak in favor of it, but everything down there is so expensive as far as equipment that set up a savings plan for the future of mechanical equipment that's bound to fail sooner or later just makes sense to me.
Thank
you. Hi, Jerry Little, Woodbury Road. My question is about whether or not the proposed amendment changes the focus of the article. My understanding is that an amendment can't really change the direction and the purpose of the article, whereas right as written, initially Article 7 has to do with the percentage, the disposition of the special revenue fund, and the amendment would say we're going to support the transfer station. Those are 2 totally different things, and I question whether or not it's a legal amendment.
It is a legal amendment, and the way that the law addresses amendments at the deliberative session is that they need to pertain to the subject matter, so you can change the intent, in other words, which is, as you pointed out, this amendment clearly does change the intent, but the subject matter of the article remains the same. And so it's a legal amendment because the subject matter of the amendment is the same as the subject matter of the original article.
Thank you. Follow-up question, sir? Thank you. If I'm reading it right, if the article fails, nothing changes. It all stays the same. The current dispensation is 50% goes to the town, 50% goes to the transfer station special revenue fund. So if we simply vote no, we've accomplished the exact same thing as the amendment.
Correct. If the amendment if the article is amended, then it doesn't matter how the voters vote in March. The percentage that goes into the special revenue fund will remain at 50%.
One more question. Does anybody believe that voters will understand why we're doing an article to simply vote to support the transfer station, what that means to them? Thank you.
Sorry.
Hello, Leah Cushman, 52 North Huntington Hill Road. I just have a couple of questions. Is this the only fund for replacing equipment for the DPW? And my second question is, wouldn't it be more is there anything requiring, if we're saying that the reason, the justification for increasing the percentage is to buy a building, is there anything in this warrant article that ensures that any money that goes into this fund will mandatorily go into buying that building?
So I want to address the purpose part of your question. So this fund was set up back in 2022, and so the way it can be used is dictated by how it was set up in 2022. So I don't know what that language was, but that would address your question, is if that vote in 2022 included capital projects like a new building, then perhaps it could be used that way. So if that's not what that original vote in 2022 includes, then this body would have to vote at some point to expand the use of the fund for that purpose.
So we're not even sure if it can be used for a building?
Someone here might be, but I don't have that information.
So the way it read in 22, when it was voted on, for the purpose, transfer station equipment and capital projects.
Thank you. And so for my first question, does anyone have the answer for that one? Are there any other funds for capital improvements and for buildings for the DPW? And then does this language require that any funds any revenue put into this fund would have to go towards this building that we're saying that we need this increase for?
So, Jason, speak for you once. No, there's no other funds. There's no other special revenue funds like this for the transfer station or DPW. And it just says for transfer station equipment and capital projects, so it can be used for the building, but I guess it doesn't say that it has to be used for the building.
Okay. So I would just like to give my input that I think it would be more appropriate if we have a specific purpose for why we want this money to go, what we want this money to go to. It should be transparently written out in a warrant article so the voters know exactly what it's for, if we already have an understanding of what it is for. And, that way it's very clear. The cost of the item would be clear. Thank you.
I would maybe ask a, ask a question. We have a fund account balances sheet I'm going off of. And they're not huge dollar amounts, but transfer station equipment fund with $900 roughly, a trash compactor replacement with roughly $3,000 in it. So I think the core of the point is this is the majority, the funding is the transfer station special revenue fund, but there are a couple of small capital reserve funds that do have some money in them.
Kate Bloom, Duck Pond Road. I oppose this amendment. I think giving 100% to the transfer station incentivizes them to maximize the funds that they're bringing in. I think that they will do a better job with everything if they're able to retain that money themselves. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak just prior to speak to the amendment? Okay. Sure, anyone else?
Again, we're losing revenue, and it's here, it's there, and that's increasing our tax rate. As far as, we're not talking ancient history here when this thing was created. It was only 2 years ago. Why didn't they make it 100% then? Because maybe they thought 50% of the voters would approve it. Maybe it was more of that type of discussion, a decision, that resulted in only 50%. That was only 2 years ago. nothing has changed from 2 years ago, outside of the fact that things got more expensive. They get more expensive for the taxpayers as well. The more revenue you remove from offsetting the operating budget, the more it's going to cost the taxpayer. In terms of what it could be used for, I know there's an article on here for the transfer station, purchasing a new scale, which I doubt is going to be approved. But anyway, and they're withdrawing $45,000 from the transfer station fund to accomplish that. Well, so it's working, right? I don't see any other articles on here for the transfer station to raise and appropriate money for any other piece of equipment. I go down there, things seems to be working. I know things need to be repaired. That's the purpose of the fund. 2 years ago, 50% for the reasons as stated, equipment and capital improvements. It doesn't necessarily mean a new building. A capital improvement can be anything, I believe, over $20,000, I guess. So the fund's working. So why are they taking more money away from us? And the thing that doesn't get discussed is that now we're going to be paying, that was an offset for the hauling costs. So now we are going to be paying for the hauling costs, and there's no offset. So double that. We're losing $60,000 a year, roughly. Include the hauling cost, because now we're paying for it. That 50% covered that cost. So I approve the amendment.
Okay, any other comments on the amendment? Okay, so we'll move to vote to adopt the amendment. Right, so all those in favor of adopting the amendment? Okay, so. Okay, so we have 12 to adopt, and then now this will be to not adopt the amendment. Okay. Six, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Okay, so the amendment does not move forward. There were 12 to adopt the amendment. There were 41 to not adopt the amendment. So the amendment does not move forward. Now we'll return any further public comment on the article as written. Okay, so hearing no further discussion, the article will be placed on the ballot as written.
I'll move to restrict reconsideration on Article 7.
Okay, so we'll vote to restrict. All those in favor to restrict? Okay, all those opposed? Okay, great, thank you, everyone. All right, so we'll move on to Article 8. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $7,150 for the initiation of a Heart Start program and wellness checks, and further to fund this purchase through taxation and to permanently add the associated costs for maintenance and/or replacement of these initiatives to the police department's operating budget for future years. These initiatives are focused on enhancing the physical and mental health of officers to reduce illness and increase career longevity. This funding will be added to the police department's annual operating budget beginning in 2026 as a reoccurring expense for the purpose of maintaining and operating the initiatives. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen of a vote of 3-0 to 1. And the estimated tax impact is 0.005 cents. And speaking to the article, I'll recognize Selectman Bloom.
I would like to move the article as read.
I'll second.
These two programs are meant to provide an early detection system for health concerns in Weare PD officers. Studies indicate police officers' life expectancy is significantly reduced due to stress. The Heart Start program analyzes officer blood to look for indicators which have been scientifically proven as precursors for heart diseases, so corrective actions can be taken. The Officer Wellness Program provides a mental health resource for officers as they respond to so many critical incidents in our community. The two programs will extend the officer's career and ensure they remain healthier on the job.
I'll recognize the Finance Committee to comment.
Finance Committee voted to not recommend Article 8 by a vote of 5 to 3. The committee believes this is a good initiative and has been identified as a problem at the national level. Early detection of issues can save or extend lives. However, the majority believes that this issue would be better addressed at the next police contract negotiation. The minority supports this now, recognizing the importance of health and safety of our officers.
Recognize Chief Moore to comment.
Thank you. So this initiative was spearheaded by Officer McGuire, who's part of a couple of mental health wellness teams. I would like to point out that not all sworn employees are part of the union. So I don't know if it'd be appropriate to actually be a part of negotiations since it does impact personnel, not just myself, but others who are not part of the union. Might be better suited for a general direction. You can pull up this program on your phone if you'd like to Google it. It's Heart Start by Sigma, because you get all kind of other Heart Start information as well as wellness checks. But it includes a blood draw, biometric testing, consultation, tools and resources. I updated my PowerPoint on the website, and when I did that, I had a slide on this, but I deleted that slide before I saved it. But it had some good information. If you go back to previous times I talked about this, like the life expectancy of someone who's not in law enforcement is significantly higher. I think our average age when we die is it's in our 50s compared to like 71 for everybody else. I'd like to live a little bit longer. So it is a medical, scientifically proven program which would reduce potential sick time out, which of course would increase overtime because there is an offsetting budgetary impact. Can we measure that currently? No, because we haven't impacted the program, but it would be beneficial. Anything else, Officer McGuire? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief Moore. Any public comment?
Marjorie Burke, Merrill Road. I want to support this article and commend the chief and Officer McGuire for initiating this program. I'm the mother of a police officer in another state, and I know how very important health and mental provisions are for our police officers. Their daily lives are very stressful. They're called into something like that, and they have to react. And depending on the outcome, they could use all kinds of help, including mental stress reduction. And so I support this, and thank you for offering it to our officers who protect us every day.
Hello, Leah Cushman, North Huntington Hill Road. So we pay for very expensive health insurance for all of our town employees, and it's my understanding that annual physicals are included in that. Necessary labs, they're not, Chief? You don't get annual physicals included with your insurance? We can talk about it after. So, or I'd like to hear from you after. So it's my understanding that if the insurance we're paying for does not cover wellness checks and routine labs and imaging as ordered by a physician, then maybe we need to renegotiate on what kind of health insurance we're providing, rather than going and paying for this proprietary specific program. I think it's best that individual physicians work with their patients for their individual needs. And I'd also like to know if our health insurance that we're giving our police officers covers, psychology and psychotherapy, if that's what's needed, and if it doesn't, then maybe we need to relook at that. In New Hampshire, you can order your own labs. You don't even need a physician to do it. So if a physician's not willing to look at those markers, you can order them yourself. And imaging, again, is just an order from your physician. I mean, every year I have to get a TB screening and as a nurse, and I just ask my physician, can you please send over to Quest an order for me to get screened for TB? And she does it because it's part of my occupation and occupational potential exposures and hazards. So thank you.
Lori Davis, Buxton School Road. I hear the need for this, and I've studied it. I think it's a great program. However, we have another department that has just as much stress and deals with the same thing that the police department does when it comes to catastrophic, horrendous events, and that is the fire department. Any kind of physical issue that goes on at PD's fire has to be at. Whether it's a car accident, an overdose, somebody gets shot, fire's right there. So if we're going to talk about a lot of these stresses, it's two departments. Now, having been a broker for insurance, I do know that they have a good insurance plan. You can go to your provider and say, I'm having issues struggling with this, and the provider can send you to other places. I do understand what they're saying, but I think if they're going to go down this alley, they should be talking with another department, because there's two of them that are involved in these kinds of situations. And we should take a good look at our health plan, because if this is a major issue, then we need to study it.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. So hearing no further discussion, Article number 8 will be placed on the ballot as written.
I'll make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 8.
Okay. All those in favor to restrict? Okay. All those opposed? Okay, great. Thank you. All right, move on to Article 9. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $280,000 to be added to the previously established Highway Truck and Equipment Replacement Capital Reserve Fund? The intent is to purchase one new fully equipped 10-wheel plow truck for the Highway Department. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 4-0, and the estimated tax impact is 21 cents. And I will recognize Vice Chair Knapp to speak to the article.
Vote to move Article 9.
Second.
So this has been an ongoing plan within the Public Works Department to replace a frontline plow truck each year. Hopefully once it gets through its first round of old trucks, and we will trade out, the oldest truck being traded out will only be 11 years old. Currently, the one that DPW Director is looking to replace this year is a 2005 Volvo six-wheeler. So that'll be obviously 20 years old. He's proposing to replace it with a 10-wheeler, which provides 50% more salt and sand capacity, which makes for longer runs before returning back to the garage. And that is absolutely true. As a matter of fact, last night, our coffee break at my own highway garage, we were kind of reminiscent about that. Since we went six-wheelers to 10-wheelers, the turnaround time on cleaning up after storms is got cut from between 10 and 8 hours down to about 5 hours. So when you want your daylight to let your salt work, that makes a big difference. But it's important to stay with this plan, I think, forever, but especially, the next few years. This is a 2005. Next year, he is looking to replace a 2006, possibly, and then there's a 2000 also on there. So we still have two trucks that'll be 20 years old or older, And and as a matter of fact, the one that's a 2000, I don't believe is on the road at the moment, so the other trucks are having to pick up that route. He can speak more to that if he'd like.
I'll ask the Town Finance Committee to comment.
Finance Committee voted to not recommend Article 9 by a vote of 8-0. Finance Committee feels that the town could wait a year before purchasing another plow truck, having bought 3 over the past 3 years, and considering that no funds were redirected to offset the entire cost of a truck, as was done in past years. The committee feels that the town should prioritize other purchase requests this year.
Thank you. Recognize DPW.
Good morning again. I'll say I'm a little disappointed with the Finance Committee's recommendation to, or not recommend, our truck, as the stretch that we had no trucks purchased for 6 years really put the department behind. That's why we have trucks that are going to be coming up on 20 years old. As you can see in those pictures there, one is a wing that actually has quite a few holes in it. It's been scabbed over a bunch with steel, and at this point, it's really not good. There is quite a bit of labor that goes into repairing one of those versus just buying one. And then you're looking at, an eighth of our total equipment maintenance budget on a plow for a truck that we're going to trade in a couple of years, and we probably won't recoup the money on the wing we just bought for that plow. The same truck we want to trade in this year, last storm, the fuel tank, aluminum fuel tank rotted out, so we did have to go ahead and take that off Thursday, got it welded up and put back on. But again, these are things that shouldn't have to happen when we get a good rotation of 11 years rather than 20 years. So putting us behind one more year would only increase costs for maintenance for the highway department.
Thank you. I'd like to open to public comment.
Richard Butt, Old Town Road. I support the amendment.
Article, or are you submitting a?
Yeah, the article,
thank you.
sorry. I don't know what expertise the Finance Committee has in not approving this article. It sounds like it's more just based on the numbers rather than the need. And the Highway Department, the Public Works Department has been on a replacement program for the past 3 years. They've had some money available to offset. This year, they don't have any money available to offset. I don't think, it doesn't make any difference. In my mind, it's a vehicle that needs to be replaced. They obviously perform a valuable service to the town. And not replacing this vehicle is going to increase the cost in terms of repair work for the older vehicles. So I support the article, and the power of the Finance Committee is when they say we don't recommend. And unfortunately, in this case, they're basing it on, I don't know what, but I hope the voters see through it and support the article in March.
Thank you.
Minji Knapp at Elaine. I should have sat down an extra minute because Mr. Butt pretty much said everything I was going to say. But I guess, let's look at the pictures. It shouldn't have to have trucks long enough where we're welding up aluminum fuel tanks. And, the director ought to be commended. They welded up an aluminum fuel tank. He could have went and bought a brand new one, and really upped the repair cost to, really trying to prove a point. They're not doing that. They're just trying to get by. I mean, you could put those 3 pictures there. You could put $100,000 in that truck because the top left's a dump body, the top right's a wing, The top bottom left's a wing and that fuel tank. You go buy dump bodies and wings and plows and fuel tanks, you could make that repair bill just look crazy, but you don't see those numbers because they try to, they try to be responsible in their department and make their money last. So, there's times that the finance committee's recommendation on the mailer has a lot of stout, and I think also it was picked on just because it's a big number, and that's not a way to do business. So I recommend that everybody votes for the new truck. Thank you.
Ricky Epler, Quaker Street. 22 years now, this has been my profession, is heavy truck repair in one form or another. The small miracles that this town pulls off with keeping their trucks on the road is astonishing. And to see these pictures up there, he's not asking for the world. He's asking for a replacement truck that's been on the road for over 10 years. Plow trucks are the most abused vehicles, no matter how well you try and keep them. They are always in the salt. They're the impact of, I mean, you guys think about when you guys drive down the road in your own vehicles, oh, I hit a pothole, I did this, I did that. The problem is when there's a snowplow on the front of it, it's feeling everything in the road, and it's wailing on that frame rails, it's wailing on the suspension. These trucks are tired. So for the Finance Committee to not recommend this is pretty discouraging. Again, the DPW does a hell of a job with keeping the roads clear and keeping these trucks on the road. I just figured it out, since 2008, I've been a truck inspector for the state of New Hampshire, state inspections. And probably some of their stuff down there, I wouldn't inspect. So, like I said, I mean, everything is safe that he has on the road, don't get me wrong, but there's probably 10-cent items that unfortunately have to get overlooked so that we can clear the roads. So 100% in support of this article.
May I ask Mr. Hipper a clarifying question?
Sure, yes.
You said abuse. I'm assuming you mean harsh use environment?
It's just a harsh use environment, right? It's no fault of our drivers. It's no fault of our mechanics. It's just this is the worst situation they can be in other than an oil field.
Thank you.
So.
Recognize them. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Tom Flaherty, I'm the chair of the Finance Committee, and speaking just as a member of the Finance Committee, just to address Mr. Butt's question, what the Finance Committee based this on. There are 21 articles, and the Finance Committee looks at the entire package of all the spending requests, including 2 school budgets and 2 school contracts. So it was based on the entire package. That's where our recommendations come from a financial standpoint. We don't necessarily question the need. We look at the finances.
I'd just like to expand a little bit on what Mr. Hippler said a few moments ago. As far as inspections, when you sign up with the state to be a certified inspector for vehicles, that's your license. We are not covered under the town's umbrella for that when you go to inspect a vehicle. It's your own liability. So we're asking our inspector to go ahead and inspect these trucks when, yes, they are safe, brakes, headlights, all that other stuff, but there is some finer details that most of these trucks are lacking in when it comes to state inspections. Now, when we get a new truck, most of the time, they're a year out. So now the truck we're gonna trade in is 2 winters before we can get it out on the road. So that just increases maintenance costs right there. So definitely putting this behind is not a good idea as far as the budget goes for maintenance costs. And I asked the Finance Committee if they'd like to come down and check the truck out, check all our fleet out, and I'd ask every single one of you residents to come down and look at the fleet, check out the facility anytime. My email's on town website. You can email me anytime. Phone number's down there, and we're right across the street from the transfer station. I'm sure most of you know that, so thank you.
Eileen Meany, Quaker Street. Jason, I think you read my mind. I have a question for you and for Selectman Knapp based on his previous occupation. In your memory, I'm going to go 5 years. In the past 5 years, how many members of the Finance Committee or the Board of Selectmen have come down and either done a walkthrough or a ride-along with the DPW? Who was it?
Don't remember his name, he's no longer on the committee. Oh, she did say selectman? Oh, my bad. I've seen. Apologies to the Board of Selectmen, I guess. I have seen all the Board of Selectmen in my tenure as the mechanic and now as a DPW director. I have seen one person from the finance, 2 people from the Finance Committee.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, thank you. So, seeing no further discussion, Article 9 will be placed on the ballot as written.
I'd like to move to restrict reconsideration of Article 9.
Okay, so we will, all those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Okay, we will move to Article 10. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $84,276 for the purchase of 1 new fully outfitted and marked Chevy Tahoe 4x4 police pursuit vehicle with $15,000 to be withdrawn from the Police Special Detail Fund and $6,000 to be withdrawn from the unassigned fund balance, representing monies received from Everett Dam patrols, and the balance of $63,276 to be raised by taxation. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen with a vote of 4-0, and the estimated tax impact is 5 cents. Excuse me. So, speaking to the police cruiser, I will recognize Selectman Bloom.
I'd like to move the article as read.
I'll second.
All right, the police department travels approximately 125 to 135,000 miles annually when fully staffed. 1 vehicle should be replaced annually to ensure the department has reliable transportation to respond to calls for service. In 2019, 2020, and 2022, a replacement vehicle was not approved for the oldest vehicles in the fleet at the end of their life cycle, leading to excessive repairs. The 3 oldest vehicles accounted for $25,498 worth of repairs in 2024. The department's budget for repairs is only $10,000. Currently, 1 vehicle needs a $5,000 transmission repair, which will need to be completed should this warrant article fail. Let's see, and yeah, I guess I'll hand it over to the chief for any more details there.
So, picture an inchworm, expanding, contracting. Back in 2015, the department spent $25,963 worth of repairs. 2016, it went up to $56,769, and that's when the town decided to get the department 3 new vehicles. Not getting the vehicles in 2019, 2020, and 2022, we're seeing those same type of repercussions now. Total vehicle repairs for last year were $28,529.58. The 3 vehicles that weren't replaced because they weren't approved in those years accounted for $25,498 of it. With only $10,000 in repair, we had to come up with funding from detail sources. That could have been used to offset the current vehicle, but instead it was used to repair vehicles that were kept beyond their useful life cycle. It's important, very important, to get 1 vehicle a year to make sure our repairs aren't just, we're throwing away money without getting a good return investment on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I'd like to recognize the Town Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee voted to recommend this article, number 10, by a vote of 8-0. Committee supports the purchase of a new Chevy Tahoe Cruiser to replace a Dodge Charger, which has a transmission problem and has aged out. If not approved, expect the department to spend money out of the operating budget to replace the transmission. The committee believes those maintenance funds will be better spent on the rest of the fleet.
Thank you. I'd like to open to public comment. Okay. Oh.
Richard Butt, Old Town Road. The chief has been put a program together to replace the Dodge Chargers, which really is not a suitable vehicle for our area with the Chevy Tahoes. And he's been successful. I believe we have 3 Tahoes and one that we got through ARPA, I think, for a command vehicle. So we do still have 2 patrol vehicles that are Dodge Chargers. The total mileage, including engine miles, is 327,000 for patrol vehicle 3, and 250,000 total miles for patrol vehicle 5. So it's something that's needed, something that's necessary. It provides a better platform for the officers to do their work. The Charger was a mistake, and he's correcting it. And to assure that this article will pass, I'm going to offer an amendment.
Okay, so we do have an amendment submitted. Okay, here we go. So I've been informed that this is a legal amendment. The amendment strikes at the end of the article $6,000 and replaces that language with $69,276 to be withdrawn from the unassigned fund balance, and now reads the estimated tax impact, striking 5 cents to 0. So should the amendment be adopted, the article would read, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $84,276 for the purchase of 1 new fully outfitted and marked Chevy Tahoe 4x4 police pursuit vehicle with $15,000 to be withdrawn from the police detail special fund, $69,276 to be withdrawn from the unassigned fund balance, estimated tax impact of 0. So are there any, do we have a second for the amendment? We do have a second for the amendment. I'd like to open to comment on the amendment.
Yeah, the unassigned fund balance appears to be very healthy. In prior years, it's been a little low, below the 5% recommended by DRA, but at the end of this year, the selectmen put over $500,000 as a result of underspending budgets and additional revenue. So we added over $500,000 to the unassigned fund balance, or undesignated fund balance. And a good number, approximate number, we have over $1.8 million in the unassigned fund balance, which is likely going to be above the 5%, because we don't know how the voters are going to vote this year. And the amount of money, the percentage recommended by DRA is based on the total obligation, so the number's going to go up every year. But the gut feel right now is that 1.8 is more than sufficient to cover the 5%. So we have enough money in the unreserved fund balance to cover the cost of this cruiser. And what that results in, an immediate reduction in our taxes to purchase a needed piece of equipment. So it'll be 0 taxes. Now, there are going to be people saying that, well, let's leave the $60,000 or so in the unreserved fund balance, and maybe the selectmen, if they feel like it, will give that money back to us at the end of the year to offset taxes. Well, it's maybe an if. Today, if we make a decision, it's done. So today, we can determine whether or not we want to be taxed on that much-needed piece of equipment, or do we want to wait till the end of the year to see if the selectmen may give us some money back. 2 years ago, they gave us $0 back to offset the tax rate. Last year, it was approximately $100,000 they gave back. So this simply takes money from our money that we put into the unreserved fund balance and covers the cost of the purchase of this vehicle for 0 tax dollars, and it likely will result in a yes vote on the ballot. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment?
Hi, Kate Bloom, Duck Pond Road. I'm opposed to this amendment. I think that taking this money from the unreserved balance to put towards a police cruiser is picking and choosing what that unassigned fund balance is going to go to. We can say that the DPW also really needs this plow truck, and yet there's no offset for them. This is one person choosing the one thing that they would like to have passed and trying to use the taxpayers' collective money to pay for that one item when there are also other needs that could have that unassigned fund balance be put towards them. Thank you.
Thank you. And anyone else prior, just to have a first chance for discussion on the amendment? Okay, thank you. Good.
Yeah, same argument was used last year. If the selectmen felt as though it was necessary to guarantee the approval of a much-needed piece of equipment, you'd think that they would have, as mentioned by the prior speaker, taken money out of the unreserved fund balance to cover the cost, to more or less guarantee that it would be approved, certainly offset the cost to the taxpayer. But they didn't, so it's up to individuals that maybe want to help get a piece of equipment without having a direct tax. That money that's in the unreserved fund balance is money that was either unspent or additional revenue that came in during the course of the year, pretty much. It's our money. So I think, we can choose what we want to do with the money. We can leave it in there, or we could use it to offset an article. This article here is, like I said, the police departments have been on a plan, I think for at least 3 years, if not longer than that, to replace the vehicles. And the cost is nowhere near the cost of a truck. But in prior, Department of Public Works truck. But there have been offsets for those trucks in prior years. This year, there isn't. I don't know why. It's up to the Board of Selectmen to determine that. They decided not to do it for the police cruiser either. But I don't think there's anything wrong with taking that money out of the unreserved fund balance, our money, and use it to offset the cost of the cruiser. It's an immediate tax reduction if it was approved on the warrant. Without this offset, it would be, whatever the cost is on the original article, it would increase our taxes. The amendment eliminates that increase in taxes. Thanks.
Thank you. Comment on the article, or excuse me, on the amendment.
On the amendment, yes. Tom Flaherty, Sunrise Lane. Can we confirm that if this money were withdrawn from the unassigned fund balance, that we would be within our obligation of the minimum to keep in there?
Yes.
Beth? Oh.
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? All those in favor? Yeah. So I'll ask all those in favor of adopting the amendment. So this is in favor of adopting the amendment as submitted. So all those in favor? Okay. Two. Okay, so that is 22 in favor of adopting the amendment. All those opposed to adopting the amendment? Okay, so this is opposed to adopting the amendment. Okay. We are at a tie.
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. Mr. Moderator, it's
Yes.
up to you.
What are my options here? I am, yes. I did not vote. I'll do one more revote, would be my choice. Yeah. No. All right, so I'll ask one more time. So this is to adopt the amendment. Okay, so all those in favor of adopting the amendment? Okay. Okay, so that is 24 to adopt the amendment, and this is all those opposed to the amendment. Okay, so that is 27. So all those for was 27, all those, all those for was 24, and against was 27, so the amendment does not pass. Okay. See that, didn't have to get involved at all. All right, so now the amendment did not pass. I'd like to open up the floor once again to the article as written. Okay, seeing no further discussion, the article will be placed on the ballot as written.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 10.
Okay, all those in favor of restricting, all those opposed? Okay, I didn't have to vote on that one either. Okay. Okay, we are on Article 11. Article 11, shall the town vote to establish a community safety education revolving fund pursuant to RSA 3195H for the purpose of community safety education performed by the Weare Fire Department? All revenues received for community safety education from fees, charges, or other income derived from the activities or services supported by the fund will be deposited into the fund, and the money in the fund shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered part of the town's general fund balance or surplus. The town treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the governing body, and no further approval is required by the legislative body to expend. Such funds may be expended only for the purpose of which the fund was created. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen with a vote of 4-0, and the estimated tax impact is 0. And to speak to the article, I'll recognize Selectman Pratt.
I make a motion to move Article 11 as written.
I second.
So the primary purpose of this fund is to provide a self-sustaining source of finance to provide programs to the community such as CPR, Stop the Bleed, and how to use an AED. And provide information and guidance on how to prepare for disasters. The fund will operate on a revolving basis, meaning that the money generated from the charging for its activities is continuously recycled to purchase supplies, materials, and certification cards for its programs. Ultimately, the fund is designed to fund its programs to the general public and eliminate the need for taxpayer funding through the operation budget. Chief, would you like to add anything?
I think we're at good afternoon now, just about. Trevor Anderson, Assistant Fire Chief. I wanted to speak very briefly to this. One of the the biggest initiatives I came in with was community education. One of the biggest roadblocks I've run into is community education. Unfortunately, we have to have the ability to be able to take in money for these items, right? We are doing AHA, CPR classes. Those require us to issue cards. Those come at a cost. Currently, we're using Monadnock Hospital for our training center. And unfortunately, we need to be able to kind of take in money for those things to happen, right? We would like to be able to self-support this program and replace like the mannequins and training items with money that's not coming from taxation. Really, my biggest goal is community education, especially when it comes down to CPR. I have about 10 years experience as a paramedic currently. I don't have a single patient that was in cardiac arrest that has a neurologically intact ROSC, meaning they were discharged from the hospital and they didn't have some sort of deficit without somebody else doing CPR. And I think you guys know as well as I do, the town of Weare is massive. And we can put all the jet boosters and turbos that we want on our ambulance. I can't make it go any faster. And I have to be in the right place at the right time, and everything has to align. Trust me, I would love to get to Twin Bridge Road in a minute. We can't do that. So one of the things that my focus is community education, getting more people in the community certified, but really taking down the biggest wall for us is taking down that financial wall and being able to take in the money from those programs and help self-sustain some of these. When it comes to a lot of these certification programs, unfortunately, like any place, every 5 years they make a whole bunch of new rules. So when we go to replace mannequins, the cost of $500-600 a piece for a mannequin, my hope is to be able to do that with the monies that we're intaking. I'm not looking to charge to make a huge profit. We're looking to charge to basically help sustain this program. So like I said, that's my largest goal. And then we can really start to kind of self-feed the fire department and the community, right, with quality education. It really, and I hate to say it this way, but it grinds my gears when I hear of our local daycares and schools that are having to hire private companies to teach CPR and first aid. That's our job. That's why we're here. Like the fire department and the ambulance, our goal is to put ourselves out of business. We don't want fires. We don't want people in cardiac arrest. We want everyone to be healthy and, all those things. So that's basically all I have to say on that, but I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll recognize the Town Finance Committee. Thank you.
Finance Committee voted on Article 11 to recommend, 8-0, unanimous. The committee supports this initiative, which will establish a local CPR training program and foster good relations between the community and its fire department without having a tax impact.
We'll open to public comment. Thank you.
Chief, you might want to come back up. I got some questions for you. I'm in support of the article overall. Ricky Hippler, Quaker Street.
Thank you.
I just have a couple questions for clarification is all. There is no cap on this fund, correct? The way it's written, there's no fiscal cap.
I don't want to speak to the finance, but my understanding is correct. There is no cap as of now, the way it's written.
Okay. And I know you mentioned that it's about $500 to, we'll say $700 a mannequin. How many mannequins are you projecting to have?
Yeah, so it depends on the set of class. Ejecting, and looking at what we have for instructors currently would be, a set of like 4 mannequins with AEDs would be probably about max of what we can handle. And then you have to have classroom size. And unfortunately, like the AHA does say, you have to have such such a big classroom with so many bathrooms and those kind of things to be able to host those things. So right now, 4 mannequins and 4 AEDs would suffice for CPR education. You know, when it comes to stop the bleed, I don't know when they're going to update those mannequins.
Okay. That was one of my questions. And the second, last question is, how many instructors currently do we have that would fit this mold to be able to basically put money into this fund?
Yep, so right now we have 3.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Chief.
Yep.
I just have 2 questions, one for legal counsel. Will this pass with a majority vote since it's establishing a new fund, or does it need to go to a 2/3 vote?
It is a majority vote.
Majority vote, okay. Second one for the fire chief. I'm still a little unclear as far as the fees that will be collected to support the fund. So where do those come from?
So the fees would come from the person themselves, so the person attending the class.
Okay, so it's tuition, so to speak, from the classes that will support the fees.
Yeah, for example, like, so a CPR card, right? If you're going to come get your BLS provider, right, or your Heart Saver first aid provider card, the minimum cost for that, for us to cover it, right, the card is $18, the book is $2, and supplies would be about $5. So, you know, $25 would be a cut minimum, meaning that we would make no net profit. You know, looking at this, we have to kind of decide in the future of how much we're looking to make off net profit, but we're looking to make a very minimum amount. You know, so we talked about, you know, ideas of, you know, charging maybe $5 above, really trying to keep the cost down as low as humanly possible, with still making somewhat of a profit so we can look at mannequin replacements and things in the future. Yep.
Another question for the fire chief. If I understood correctly, and I perhaps didn't, so please correct me, one thing you said is that because the department does not have the resources right now to do training for daycares, that those daycares have had to go and hire third parties to do the training for them. Was that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. With that understanding, my stance on this is that I don't see that as a problem. We have for-profit businesses that need to have their staff certified in certain ways. And, you know, as a citizen, if they get that training from location A or location B or a for-profit firm, none of that seems problematic for me. And so I do not understand the a benefit from funding via taxes a program for the fire department to effectively compete with a service that is already being offered competitively in the market. Thank you.
Pamela Mole, Beach Hill Road. I would like to just say, as a former employee of the Weare School District, I was participating in CPR classes that were taught by Captain Hood. She would come into the school paid for the CPR so that we were certified. I was also certified for CPR through Boy Scouts. And as a current town employee, my certification has lapsed and I need to have it recertified. Having that resource available in the town is a really good thing for employees. Thank you.
I want to comment on, so Captain Hood is a current employee of the fire department, and teaching CPR classes in the past, they've gone through the association to bill those, and it really convolutes our pile of money.
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. Will you be paying regular wages, overtime wages, a stipend? How are you going to compensate the fire department people who do the training?
Yeah, so the fire department personnel will still be paid at their regular rate, whether it be during their shift or during overtime hours to do community education.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Would you repeat that?
The fire department personnel would still be compensated for their time.
At what rate?
Depending on if it's during their shift, it would be standard, right? There would be their regular rate. If it was at outside of their shift, it would be done at overtime.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, the article will be placed on the ballot as written.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 11.
Okay. All those in favor to restrict? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Okay. Okay, we will move now to Article 12. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $650,000 to be added to the previously established Road Reconstruction Capital Reserve Fund for road reconstruction and resurfacing of roads with up to $283,185 anticipated from the State of New Hampshire Highway Block Grant pursuant to RSA 235, and the remaining balance to be raised by taxation. If the town receives the anticipated amount of the highway block grant, the amount to be raised by taxation will be $366,815. If the town receives less than anticipated, the difference will need to be raised by taxation, and if the town receives more than anticipated, less will be raised by taxation. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 4-0, and the estimated tax impact is 28 cents. And I will be asking Vice Chair Knapp to speak to the article.
I vote to move Article 12.
I'll second.
This warrant article is on the ballot every year. It provides funding for the primary responsibility of the Highway Department, which is to repair, rebuild, and maintain the roads to ensure safe travel for residents and visitors. Road improvements and upgrades lead to less maintenance in the future, and the roads are the largest infrastructure asset the town owns. Without proper maintenance, costs are extremely expensive and can result in unsafe road travel. For any questions to Director Fisk.
I'd like to ask the Town Finance Committee to comment.
Finance Committee voted to recommend Article 12 by a vote of 8-1. This article has an increase of $50,000 over last year. However, a majority of the committee felt that investing in annual road reconstruction makes good financial sense, keeping road conditions from deteriorating to a point where a large, expensive bond is required to perform emergency catch-up, as happened a few years ago. The minority felt that the amount requested for this article was more than necessary, given the increases seen over the past few years.
Thank you. DPW Director Fisk.
Just like to expand a little bit on the road bond that was mentioned by the finance chair. 2019, we took out a $2.5 million road bond to catch up with all our roads that were in bad shape. And at that time, it was recommended that we allocate $750,000 a year to keep up with our road systems. Now, where we are 6 years removed from that, and we're at $650 now, the intent would be to get up to that $750 eventually, so that we don't have to take out such a large road bond. We don't get behind.
Thank you. I'd like to give anybody the opportunity for public comment.
Frank Campana. I did a little bit of research on the, I went back to 2022, and I was using these here that were passed out from back then to current. And the state revenue, 2022, I want you to look at the state revenue in this article. State revenue in 22, $280,000. Actually, it was almost $281,000. 23 was almost $284,000. 24, $284,000 again. 25, $284,000. That's pretty consistent, what the state is giving in reimbursement. And back in 22, actually the DPW director already mentioned he wants to get up to 750,000, I think. So in 22, we started at 575. I'm not discussing the merits of this. I want to be understood there. But it is, with the state being very consistent in what we're getting back, the balance, as this says, As this said, if there's a difference, more or less, it's adjusted what the taxpayers will pay. So that is a fact that is happening. It is an increase on the taxpayers, only by the nature that the state is very consistent in what they give back to this town.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes.
Just to emphasize that when that bond was about to run out, or even when it was initiated, that it was made very clear to the voters that it would have to be offset in order to keep up the roads, so that the regular increase that we've seen is something we should have expected, because once that initial catching up process was finished, we had to increase the yearly amount in order to keep up to what we needed in order to not fall behind again. And I think that was clearly spelled out over the years. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay. Recognizing no further discussion, Article 12 will be placed on the ballot as written.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 12.
Okay. All those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Okay. Thank you. Okay. We'll move to Article 13. Article 13 reads, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $45,000 for the purchase of 2 Lucas CPR devices and withdraw said amount from the fire department replacement vehicle and equipment special revenue fund, excuse me. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 4-0, and the estimated tax impact is 0. And to that, I'd like to recognize Selectman Pratt to speak.
I motion to move Article 13 as written.
I'll second.
The Lucas CPR device, or Land University Cardiac Arrest System, is a machine that attaches to the chest of the patient and provides consistent, even compression throughout the entire CPR process. The town of Weare currently has 2 of these devices, with 1 on each of the 2 ambulances. This article is intended to replace the 2 aging units, 10 years plus, that, though still usable today, have reached the point where they are no longer serviceable. These units are a highly important piece of equipment to the paramedics, providing a reliable and effective way to perform CPR while allowing them to focus on other tasks at hand when providing CPR in a life-threatening event. As these are to be funded from the Fire Department's Special Revenue Fund, as stated in the article, there is no impact to the taxpayer. Chief, would you like to comment on this article?
Good afternoon. We're about halfway there, right? To talk on with the same thing about Selectman Pratt just mentioned, these units are approaching 12 years old. We rely on these highly because of our minimal staffing. We only have 2 people on duty during the day, and if we respond to a cardiac arrest, as the chief was saying before, CPR classes are huge, but this unit allows us, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's a unit that goes onto the patient and it does CPR for us. It doesn't get tired. It doesn't do compressions wrong. It's a machine and we highly rely on it. Both the units are still in service now. One of the units had to go out for service 4 months ago. And the manufacturer basically went into the back stock room and found some parts and put the thing back together again and said, that's it. Don't ever send it to us again. If it breaks, throw it in the dumpster. They are not servicing this anymore. These units most medical stuff has a 10-year lifespan. After that, it is not supported with parts or any kind of service. Again, this is equipment that's invaluable to us. With this amount of money, it also includes a 5-year maintenance contract, which we try to have. And after the 5 years, we will build into the budget to pay for that. But it does include 5 years of the service contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Would anyone like to speak public comment? Oh, Town Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. The Finance Committee recommends Article 13 by a vote of 901. One was an abstention. A majority of the committee felt that purchasing these devices using the Fire Department Replacement Vehicle and Equipment Special Reserve Fund was acceptable, as the device could help save lives and the fund will retain an adequate balance for other planned Fire Department capital expenses.
Thank you. Any public discussion? Okay, seeing no further public discussion, Article 13 will be placed on the ballot as written.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 13.
Great. All those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Okay. Okay, Article 14. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $175,000 for the purpose of purchasing a new roadside mower? This would replace the 1995 New Holland mower that the town purchased and used in 2019. The article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 4-0 with none abstained, with the estimated tax impact of 13 cents. And to speak to the article, I'll recognize Vice Chair Knapp.
Vote move Article 14.
Second.
With the town owning their own mower, they'll be able to mow much more than what has been allowed with just renting a mower. When you rent a mower, you get approximately a quarter or less of the town done in a whole month's worth of rental time. So a roadside mower is a specialized piece of machinery used to cut vegetation along the edges of roads, primarily to improve driver visibility and maintaining clear sight lines at intersections and curves. Insurance, safe areas for vehicles to pull over at emergencies and prevent obstructions caused by overgrown vegetation, thus enhancing overall road safety for motorists, cyclists, pedestrians. Essentially is the main purpose, to maintain a clear roadside for public safety reasons. And I can just speak to the experience of being in this business this long and attending seminars and stuff. In the Northeast, this is one of the #1 maintenance hazards for a road crew, is to keep the brush trimmed back. For any questions, Director Fisk.
Sure. We recognize Town Finance Committee.
Finance Committee voted to not recommend Article 14 by a vote of 10-0. Committee believes that the priority to spend $175,000 for a roadside mower this year is low, considering the impact of other taxable requests. The committee realizes that contracted services will be required to conduct high-priority mowing, but would prefer to wait until this becomes a priority worth the tax burden.
Okay, so the highway department has approximately $12,000 a year budgeted for roadside mowing. Like Selectman Knapp said, you don't get very much done. Definitely is a safety hazard for everybody who uses the road, not just vehicles, bicycles, pedestrians, walking. And at a certain point here, if we just keep putting this off, we're going to spend the same amount of money that it would have cost us to buy a mower instead of contracting it out. So I think long-term goals, it's a good idea for the highway department to have its own equipment. Short-term, it is cheaper. Obviously, $12,000 looks a lot better than asking all this money, but eventually we're going to we're going to burden ourselves with that.
Thank you. Floor is now open to public discussion.
Frank Campana. I looked, I think you have 13 employees for the Highway Department, still a couple of vacancies. I'm wondering, again, I'm not criticizing the merit of it, but my thought goes to me, your priority job is to maintain roads. Yes, tree trimming and roadside mowing is to maintain roads, but I'm talking about pavement. And so you probably have a pretty full work schedule to get those things done. Culverts, pavement, shoulder work, whatever else goes with that. So then when summertime comes, you have people that go on vacations for probably maybe a couple of weeks at a time. So that shrinks the workforce by those hours, and it puts more pressure on the work hours of the people that are remaining. So with the roadside mower, I think you could probably run that thing 24 hours a day, 27 days a week. I'm really exaggerating. Well, I was looking at the, so I guess with pretty much a dedicated person to amongst the staff to run the roadside mower, I wonder when does the time come that we hear that, well, staff is pretty thin for workload, and I'm going to propose hiring another person. So has there been any thought given to that with the amount of time that a person using a roadside mower can dedicate?
Yeah, so if we did rent that out for a month, Frank, and then we'd have to commit that person there for that 1 month fully, and that would take them away from other operations. You know, we have, before we got these couple storms that we got some accumulation of snow, we would have still been able to do some mowing operations. So owning our own equipment would be able to expand on the amount of time that we could use that. And you know, you get 1 or 2 guys that are operators that could run that, and you could work within their vacation requests. So I don't anticipate adding another employee just to run our roadside mower.
Well, again, it was amongst the staff.
Yeah.
You know, amongst the personnel. Okay, I hope it works out that way. I might be around long enough to see it one way or another. And if it's the other, I'll be back.
Eileen Meany, Quaker Street. That was funny. I think when it comes to roadside mowing, you guys touched on the point about safety and road visibility, and I think not necessarily a well-understood part of roadside mowing in terms of road maintenance is the impact that not doing the mowing has on the pavement itself, culverts, and it does have a direct impact on the quality of the pavement. And I can't quantify that in numbers, but I know from my time at the Department of Transportation, the reason that we, as the state, engaged in road mowing was for preservation of roads and culverts. Additionally, in terms of safety of town employees, when there are road accidents and you are responding to a road accident, whether you are fire or police, you know, you're walking typically off. Most accidents result in leaving the roadway, and so you're talking about employee safety if that maintenance isn't done. So, thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, Article 14 will be placed on the ballot as written.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 14.
Okay. All in favor? Okay, thank you. All opposed? Okay, thank you. We will move on to Article 15. Article 15 reads, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $11,439 for the purchase of 2 TASER 10 certification bundles and 1 TASER 10 certification add-on, and further to fund this purchase through taxation, and to permanently add associated costs for maintenance and or replacement of this equipment to the police department's operating budget for future years. This funding will be added to the police department's annual operating budget beginning in 2026 as a recurring expense for the purpose of maintaining and operating the equipment. This article was recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 4-0 with none abstaining, and the estimated tax impact is 0.008 cents. To speak to the article, I will recognize Selectman Bloom.
I would like to move the article as read.
I'll second.
See. Axon, which is the taser manufacturer, now requires a 5-year contract for the purchase of tasers. This is switching up their previous business model. The current taser models the department uses will no longer be supported beginning in 2028. The department will start building up an inventory of the newer model at a rate of 2 taser packages and 1 certification package annually. It will take 5 years to get all officers certified and equipped with the new tasers. Tasers are a necessary less than lethal tool needed for officers to control volatile situations using the minimum force necessary. To not have this tool would likely result in increased injuries to officers and lawsuits against the town. Gone back and forth with the chief a bit, making sure all the numbers line up. I would I guess, request that he speak to that a little bit on kind of the transition plan going from what we do now to what we will be doing. It represents a change in contract. So I'll just hand it over.
Sure, thank you.
So the department's had a TASER program for 10 years. It's never been in the budget. We've used police supply budgets or end-of-year funds to purchase TASERs. Axon let us purchase equipment individually. They're no longer doing that beginning in 2028. Everything TASER related has a life cycle of five years. So if you purchase a TASER, just the basic package, you're getting the TASER, the holster, and enough cartridges, they're going to send you an annual replacement for cartridges to keep 1 officer certified per year. So the plan is to get 2 TASERs to keep 2 officers certified per year over a 5-year life cycle. And then 1 additional officer will just get the cartridges. It's called a certification pack. So that's a 5-year program times 3, 15. Of course, we have 12 full-time officers, 2 part-time officers. So that balances out while we're looking for 2 TASER packages and 1 certification package. We proposed as a warrant article. I was under the impression we had to because it was a new contract. We had never had this type of contract, but it could be put in the budget or as a contract. I still believe this provides direct transparency to the taxpayer to weigh in on this program because, like I said, we've had this for 10 years. It's never been in the budget, so it's good for accounting purposes. Where we're at with our current inventory, because TASER's not going to support those after 2028. Currently, we have 12 TASERs. 8 of those expire, meaning they're hitting their 5th year next year. So we're going to be down to 4. 2027, another 1 goes, so we'll be down to 3. 2028, we will have 0 current TASERs available. The warrant article, like I said, proposes 2 and 1 certification, so we'd be able to get 3 officers per year, not anymore because we won't be able to certify them. So 3 officers per year up to 2028. If we started this year, we would have 12 officers available 2028. So everyone would have a TASER except for the part-time officers, so all the full-timers would. To delay this program would mean you're going to throw money at it, more money at it, once it goes into effect, because the certification package is $2,600 because it's a 5-year package. So if we didn't get the TASERs this year, that's 3 officers we have to certify at some point down the road. That's $7,500. We're going to have to come up with that at point. And then it's since they don't let you reduce the number of years for the program, you're going to have years where you're going to have cartridges that you're not going to be able to use because it's a 5-year program. Does that make sense? It's a formula. We did have, I'm sure officers aware or citizens aware of the history of the department, a lot of hands-on stuff. This is a tool that lets us control very volatile situations with the minimum force necessary. I've got a photo of one such encounter we had with 3 bikers who were traveling at a highway to see if you just want to pass this around. This is from the officer's body-worn camera. The 3 motorcyclists stopped. One engaged the officer, grabbed him around his leg so he could not gain distance. The other one, who was a brother, was essentially assaulting the officer. The officer was able to tase the individual. You'll see the top of his helmet on the ground, hold the other individual at bay until additional units got there. He did suffer a laceration of the eye, causing several stitches. The good thing about this is, this is a non-lethal tool that we can use to control those situations. It's very necessary. It's huge for liability for the town because, if we didn't have this tool, we'd have to result in other measures, particularly with going hands-on. And I don't know if you've ever seen anybody getting hit with the expanded batons. When that's on video, it does not look good. It usually results in a lawsuit, and then you have that cost-benefit analysis by the town's insurance company. What is it going to cost the town to make it go away? Just settle it, even though we may be 100% right. So this kind of controls those volatile situations at the minimum cost necessary to keep the program while still getting the officers the tools necessary to keep them safe, because this is a big deal for this department. I guess I'll wait for questions. It's your job.
No, you're good. Yeah. I'll get them there. Don't worry. No, you're okay. We'll recognize the Town Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee voted on Article 15 to not recommend by a vote of 6-3 and 1 abstention. The majority did not recommend this article because it is more appropriately placed in the operating budget, for which lines already exist to purchase tasers. The minority felt that this purchase would give the police department a complete inventory of tasers.
Okay, thank you. So allow, yep.
I think this warrant article makes sense because it's a transition article to getting it into the budget, and I think that the chief's explanation of the contract needed gives some justice to having it on the as an article that stands by itself to begin with. But I've always been a proponent of seeing tasers and body-worn camera equipment being part of the ongoing operating budget. I see no difference than a vest or other protective equipment, and that it should be part of the operating budget. And this, as well as the upcoming article on the body-worn cameras, should be in future operating budgets. And I fully support this approach to getting them there. Thank you.
There are line items in the operating budget for tasers and body-worn cameras. It's just a matter of funding that line, not creating a new line. It already exists. So this can be an operating budget. The fact that the chief stated that it's a new contract, I don't think that has any bearing on the fact whether it should be can be in the existing operating budget. But my question is, if the voters say no, that means no, I'm assuming. Even if there's a line in the operating budget and there's money available, bottom line responsibility, to move into that line to purchase those tasers, they cannot. I'd like to see if that's a factual.
Speak to that.
I think it does bring up a potential no means no situation. And so if this article were to fail, then you'd be correct that the town would not be able to spend the line item purpose, for the same purpose.
Even if there's a line, there is a line in the operating budget for tasers and body-worn cameras. If the operating budget didn't pass, and there's a dollar in that just to keep it active, and they wound up with a default budget, or wound up with the operating budget, they could move money into that line and purchase the tasers. Is that correct?
Are you asking if it's a default budget, does it change whether there's a no means no?
No. If it was not an article in the warrant, if it was not, and the money was put into both in the operating budget, and the operating budget passed, it would be authorizing the purchase of those tasers.
It would be authorizing the purpose, and the board has the discretion to move money around to fund that purpose.
Even if they had a default budget.
Yes, correct.
So you're really rolling the dice, right? You're hoping the voters. Unfortunately, you got no recommendation from the Finance Committee. That's the power of the Finance Committee. And people generally go into that voting booth with the Finance Committee recommendations. They're going to see no, and they'll probably say no. So you've lost the tasers for the whole year. You can't. There's no way you can get them. You lost the body-worn cameras for a whole year. Can't get them. You're really running a risk doing it the way you're doing it. Thanks.
Oh, that's okay. Any further discussion on the article? Okay, so hearing no further discussion, Article 15 will be placed on the ballot as written.
I'll make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 15.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, all those opposed? Okay. Okay. Article 16. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 for the purchase of a 5-bay carport with 1 bay designed to be fully enclosed and securable for bulk item evidence property storage or property storage. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 4-0 with none abstaining, and the estimated tax impact is 2 cents. I'll be asking or recognizing Selectman Bloom to speak to the article.
I'd like to move the article as read.
I'll second.
All right. The department lacks sufficient storage for bulk property and evidence items and must rent space today. It also spends thousands of dollars on vehicle repairs from sun weather exposure. Rather than continuing to spend tax dollars on rent, which provides no return, it is proposed to build a 5-bay carport. This structure will protect the department's 5 patrol vehicles from weather-related damage and provide an area for storing bulk property and evidentiary items. If approved, this will increase the property value of the town and reduce the budget line for evidence storage in the police department by $2,500 annually. And maybe to repeat an example that Chief used while we were discussing this at the board, there was a case in 2024, car in Sallyport.
For the car store?
Yeah.
That's ongoing.
All right. When there was a vehicle needed for evidence, and the PD has a Sallyport right now where they can, if somebody is under arrest in the back of a patrol car, they can drive the patrol car into the Sallyport, close the door, secure the room, let people out, and stay securely in the building. There was a need to have a vehicle stored as evidence that was being stored in the Sallyport, which made it difficult to get folks under arrest in and out of the building securely. And so this would help with that. Of the 5 bays, 4 of them would be open, 1 of them would be closed, have a rolling door, it could be locked and whatnot. That would be the one used for evidence storage such as this.
So basically, we propose this. We're just throwing money away on rent rather than having something tangible, which would increase property value and lower my budget. Because once the building is paid for, I budget $2,500 annually for rent of storage units. I've spent up to $5,000 because it's a very volatile system. Once they start jacking up rents, which was very frequent during COVID, we look for another facility and we move. Currently, we have a vehicle that is in federal custody that we'll be taking custody of, so we absolutely need this type of tool. We can't use our current Sallyport because, of course, if we're arresting somebody, we have to have a secure location to transition them into booking to process. Like I said, this is the comparables when we were getting quotes. The actual building is $21,000, and there's another $3,000 for electric and $1,000 for, you know, safety bumpers so nobody drives through the back and guard protectors. But the comparable quotes we were getting were anywhere from $40,000 to $70,000 just for the building. So this is a very substantial reduced cost for a building that will solve a bunch of problems. A few years ago, we spent $2,300 fixing passenger side doors from sun damage. The glue became undone from the door. Obviously, if we have another person in there, we have to keep that secure. But we had to fix 3 vehicles. We sold another one before it needed to be fixed. And it's all the passenger doors because that's the side that sits toward the sun. So just from the moisture coming in, it loosened the glue and we had to fix that. So this would solve that too, because now the vehicles, the patrol vehicles anyway, would be out of the sun.
Thank you. Recognize the Town Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee voted to not recommend this article, number 16, by a vote of 7 to 3. The majority does not recommend this because it is a lower priority of the police department in a year when higher priority items were recommended. The minority believes that the cost is justifiable for the benefit of on-site storage and reduction of rental space.
Thank you. I'd like to open the floor to comment. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, Article 16 will move to the ballot as written.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 16.
Okay. All in favor? Thank you. All opposed? Thank you. Okay. Article 17, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $90,000 for the purpose of purchasing a new scale at the transfer station and to authorize the withdrawal of the sum of $45,000 from the previously established transfer station recyclable special revenue fund, which was created for this purpose, and the remainder to be raised by taxation. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 4 to 0 with none abstaining, and the estimated tax impact is 3 cents. I'd like to recognize Vice Chair Knapp to discuss the article.
Vote move Article 17 as written.
Second.
The town currently collects revenue for demolition disposal by the cubic yard. We pay to dispose of demolition by tonnage. As you know, that is not an accurate way of calculating revenue versus disposal. When a dump truck pulls up to the demo trailer, a transfer station attendant must calculate the cubic yard of waste. On the top of the dump truck, there might be plywood, miscellaneous boards, but on the bottom, where a tenant cannot see, there might be asphalt shingles. Obviously, the shingles are going to weigh more than the plywood and miscellaneous board. The scale that is being researched will be able to be moved when or if the transfer station gets a new layout, because that was a question. Any questions can be directed to Mr. Fisk.
Town Finance Committee would like to comment? Thank you.
The Finance Committee voted to not recommend this article number 17 by a vote of 8 to 2. The majority does not recommend this article. It would like to see a larger share of the costs come from the transfer station recyclable fund, a plan for the use of this equipment, and a strategy to recoup the costs over the coming years, since all taxpayers would fund this equipment, but not all would receive a direct benefit. The minority felt that acquiring the scale would improve the collection process of demolition materials and facilitate a more accurate fee system, reducing potential losses.
All right. Yeah, it would be great if we could offset this completely. That's where 100% of that special revenue fund for recyclables would be great for the department. As far as collecting fees to pay for this scale, we averaged the last 2 years about 500 tons of demo. It's about 1 million pounds. So if you go 1 cent per pound additional on what it costs us to get rid of things, that's $10,000 a year. So I propose the first year we do an additional 4 cents to get $40,000 approximately, and then we'd return that back to the taxpayer for the amount of tax impact, and we'd obviously have $5,000 left over that we'd do the next year. So obviously, if we did get this scale, we'd have to change the rates. So there would be a public hearing and there would be public input on just how much money additional that could be charged to pay this back. Now, to expand a little bit deeper on that, as far as the operational costs of this scale, we would go ahead and charge another cent, maybe 2 per pound to cover operational costs of this scale. That's scale licenses, calibrations, maintenance on the scale, and it could even go deeper than that. Go electricity for the scale house if we went ahead and put a scale house in. Maintenance on the scale, so that's eventually going to offset your regular operating budget for equipment maintenance up at the transfer station.
Thank you. Floor is open for public comment.
Ricky Hipler, Quaker Street. I do find it slightly ironic that the Finance Committee did not recommend the revenue change, but yet they want to use the revenue for the scale. That's interesting. It's no secret that that revolving fund for the demo has been in a deficit for the last couple of years because of interpretation and discrepancy. Exactly what was said, there could be shingles at the bottom that they don't see. So I think this is absolutely fair to everybody that rolls across it and dumps the demo, and it would obviously cover all the costs that are associated with it. So thank you.
Sure.
One thing I'd like to reiterate is, yes, we are asking the taxpayers to pay for this up front, but we will go ahead and pay that back, and then after that, the only people that would pay for the operation of this are the people who are actually using it. So it wouldn't be coming from the taxpayers forever.
This is absolutely unfair, because right now, it was mentioned about deficits over the past few years. Well, 1 year was obscene, and it wasn't because we were underestimating. There was some stuff going on down there that was illegal. This year, we're about $5,000 under. We collected $5,000 less in fees than what it cost us to dispose of it. If you figure out the $5,000 with 90, you're talking 18 years to pay for itself. And currently, if we've collected less money than we should have for the disposal, how does that affect our tax rate? That's a question I have. If somebody wants to answer it. Yeah, the answer is 0. Because if they've collected $5,000 less than what it costs to dispose of it, they take that money within their operating budget to cover that cost. And again, I think this past year it was somewhere, it's greater than, but it was over $400,000 they had left in surplus. That was with a default budget. So there's money in the budget to cover any deficiencies that we have in disposal of the material. So there's no direct impact to the taxpayers, nothing. That's cost us 0. And $5,000 probably is within an acceptable range. It could get better. It could be down to 3. There were years when we were just flat perfect. a few $100s. It's a question of training, and I know we're dealing with cubic meters or yards in estimating, and we get charged by weight. But I think we do a decent job down there. $90,000, we're taxed for that. And how are you going to give that money back to us? There's no fund that you have set up for the purchase of this. And then when you reach that amount of money, or you go over it, you're going to give that money. What's the mechanics of giving that money back to the taxpayer? There is none. You can keep it, do whatever you want with it, I guess. But there's no benefit to the taxpayers. I agree with the Finance Committee's recommendation not to recommend this, because it just financially, it doesn't make sense. In addition to that, I don't know if we've ever discussed how this is going to be handled. Where is the scale going to be? You're going to have to drive up on it, get weighed, dump it, then get weighed again. I just don't think the cost is benefiting to the taxpayer. Thanks.
Tom Clow, 125 Concord Stage Road. Sorry, I kept forgetting my name every time I came up earlier. I would support this because I think that besides the financial issue, you've put the employees and the public in a very compromising situation by estimating the volume of something and then charging by weight. Just a very simple illustration of that. Personal experience that I had. I went down, I had a bunch of old fencing material, which doesn't weigh that much because it's a dried cedar on my pickup truck. And the person said it'd be about $30. And then he said, well, wait a minute. And I went and got a tape measure and measured the volume. He said, no, $48. And I said, well, it's not full. And said, okay, $30, he said. I'm not criticizing the employee. I'm just illustrating here the spot that they're put in when they have to make estimates like that. It's unfair to the employee. It's unfair to the customer who sometimes gets grumpy about it. I think that the scale would get rid of that issue and be fair all around. And so, yes, maybe the balance, it'll take a long time to balance out the savings and pay for that $90,000. But I think in customer relations, it would probably be a good thing.
Thank you.
Brian Campana again. I didn't understand. I have to ask Jason. He lost me when he said about charging extra and it would get turned back to the taxpayers. I'll wait till he's done. But my concern is about the scale. Again, it's not necessarily criticism of the merits of it, but for quite a fact, actually sitting behind me, there's a former transfer station employee. I think he was, if he wasn't the manager, he was pretty high up. So it wasn't until, it's already been mentioned by a previous speaker, probably the year before last, that there was quite a shortfall. But the shortfall seemed to be contributed not to the estimate of charging people, but to other circumstances. So getting back to, I've been here for a long time. Up till that issue, I never recall hearing about shortfalls for the transfer station. It seemed the employees knew that they were doing. They estimated pretty accurately. It was never an issue brought before the Board of Selectmen. So, it'd be nice to probably get back to that, that expertise, if possible. But again, Jason, I didn't understand when you made the comment about money coming. You're going to charge more than what it's going to cost to get rid of it, right?
Yep. So
yeah, I think you used surtax at one time.
So, yeah, we'll charge an additional amount on top of what it costs us to get rid of the material.
Right.
So the users of the scale will pay back the taxpayers for this initial purchase.
And that's reasonable, sure.
Okay.
But that money, that extra money, I think, I heard you say goes back to the taxpayers?
Yep, so that'll be in the special revenue fund the revolving fund.
Yes.
As a positive, and then at the end of the year,
Okay.
you propose a warrant article to give that money back to the taxpayers.
Okay, well, this is not a criticism of you, and not a criticism of police chief. I'll use him as an example also. He has stated a number of times over the years, he said, well, I have $200,000 in my budget left over. That goes back to the taxpayers. I have $100,000. He's used the term, go back to the taxpayers. Well, as stated much earlier in the meeting, the beginning of the meeting, the department heads don't have any input of where that money goes. It's the Board of Selectmen. So please, department heads, don't tell me that you are saving money in your bottom line and it's coming back to me to reduce my taxes, because it's out of your control. So, be very cautious. I mean, you may propose it to the Board of Selectmen, but they, who knows what the board, the board could change to be a very liberal board like we have had in the recent past, and, not get any money back to reduce taxes. So, thanks.
Killian Donnelly, 65 North Stark Highway. I go to hundreds of transfer stations a year, and Weare is the only one that does the whole tape measure and that whole thing. And the most accurate way to get, break even or even make a little bit money is on a scale. I'm kind of surprised that there's this much argument over it. That's all.
Eileen Meany, Quaker Street. I have to second what Killian is saying. Imagine later today going to Market Basket and you have some apples and you go up to the counter and you say, I want to purchase these apples. And they go, well, that looks like maybe a pound, pound and a half. And you're like, well, wait a second. I want to know exactly how much I'm going to be paying for these apples. Two people are going to give you a different amount, right? Could be this, could be that. If that's our business model, I really think we need to take a hard look at that. I would 100% support those employees being able to accurately tell people how much it will cost and what the fees are as a business model. Just purely, we're doing business as a part of our town's operations. Give the people the tools they need to do that business accurately. That's all.
John Osborne, Gould Road. I operated the transfer station for almost 10 years, about 10 years ago before I retired. And what the last person just said is true. You take a load of demo up there, and there's 5 board members here on the selectmen, and I'll guarantee you're going to get 5 different answers as to how much it's cost. No 2 people are going to give you the same price. And when I was up there, I was talking scales back then. This was 10 years ago. And every contractor that I talked to was supportive of them, because it's a fair, equitable way to treat everybody that comes into that station. I fully support this article.
All right. Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, Article 17 will move to the ballot as written.
I make a motion to restrict reconsideration for Article 17.
Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Okay, Article 18, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $8,411 for the purchase of 3 Axon body-worn cameras, BWCs, 1 docking bay, media storage and licensing for 15 personnel. This funding will be added to the police department's annual operating budget beginning in 2026 as a reoccurring expense for the purpose of maintaining and operating the equipment and associated fees. And I'll recognize Selectman Bloom to speak to the article.
I'd like to move the article as read.
I'll second.
This is the last time you're going to have to hear from me today. Axon requires a 5-year contract for the purchase of body-worn cameras. This equipment is essential to record interactions between officers and citizens, which can then be reviewed for training and complaint purposes. Department personnel must have licensing access for the stored media to provide discovery as part of the judicial process, or the town would face lawsuits. This proposed program provides all licensing and software it needs annually, 3 replacement cameras annually, and a docking bay to recharge the equipment. And this is intended to reduce future budgets by $2,485 if this article passes.
Recognize Chief Moore to speak to it.
Okay, the reason for the reduction is the New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration says we can't write the warrant article to account for the offsetting funding, which is what I already have in my budget, $2,486. It has to be the total cost of the program, which was $8,411. Like Selectman Bloom said, this is total cost for the program. It actually is $5,925. Because licensing and media storage is tied to this, we have to have access to that to provide discovery for court purposes. And I'm pretty sure we're going to get sued if we don't provide that. So this article must pass or the town will get sued, correct? If we don't provide discovery?
Quite likely.
Yes, quite likely. So, very quite likely.
It's conjecture, but yes. We'll recognize the Town Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee voted to recommend Article 18 by a vote of 8-2. The majority recommends this because it is the second highest priority of the police department. Body-worn cameras improve accountability between police and the public, and they can reduce legal liabilities for the town. The minority did not recommend this article because it's more appropriately placed in the operating budget, for which lines already exist to purchase body-worn cameras.
Thank you. We'll open the floor to comment.
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. Is this a contract or a purchase? The concern is if it's a contract, then we've locked it, and this passes, then it's locked into the budget for the next so many years.
Correct. So it's a 5-year contract. Axon changed the body-worn cameras just like they changed the tasers. We used to just be able to purchase the licensing software and then any equipment we needed separately as we needed it. Now everything's on a 5-year life cycle by contract from them, which is what changed and generated the warrant article.
Further question, Mr. Moderator? Yes. Could you tell us the cost of the first year, the second year, the third year, the fourth year, and the fifth year of the contract? Because if we approve this, those are the numbers that we're approving and will be in the budget for each of the next 5 years.
So the total cost of year 1 takes care of that 5 years. Next year is a new contract. It's not, I can 99.9% guaranteed that won't go up because we won't need a docking bay annually, which is a $1,600 expense.
So we are entering into a 1-year contract.
No, 5-year contract.
For 3
body-worn cameras, a docking bay, and licensing software for all 15. Next year would be a contract for 3 body-worn cameras and licensing and software, no docking bay.
But we are not voting today and on that contract and that second contract, and that second contract will not be part of this budget. Is that correct?
It will be, because once I have that 84 whatever in my budget, that's for next year's contract. Essentially, I'm paying the 5-year contract up front. If they break it down, it's like $2,000 something per year.
Let me try this another way because I'm not understanding you. We're appropriating $8,000 roughly this year. Next year, we'll see that same $8,000 in the budget, and the year after, and the year after, and the year after. But there will not be an additional $8,000 in year 2, and an additional $16,000 in year 3, et cetera.
No, it doesn't stack, correct.
Thank you.
Follow-up question. My understanding is that this is a one-time payment that will bring in 3 cameras, and then those 3 cameras will stay in the department for 5 years with no further payment for those 5 cameras.
And a docking bay, correct.
Great.
And licensing software.
And then in year 2, the expectation is that a different set of 3 cameras, an additional set, would be brought in, presumably a one-time upfront payment, smaller because you've already got the docking station. And so in a sense, this works the way we like to work, heavy equipment for the DPW and cruisers for the police. We're going to have sort of a bunch of contracts, each with a lifespan, so A follows A follows A at 5 years, but then B is slightly offset. So they're
Correct.
sort of a rolling. Okay, great. And at full population, how many cameras would the department have?
15.
Great.
5-year life cycle, 3 per year.
With staggered 1-year offsets, and then they will each keep rolling. That
that
was a
one more
poor
time,
phrase,
with
right?
staggered.
So we're sort of going to have one set of 3 cameras come in if this goes
This
through in
year.
1 year, and then a second set coming in a year later, and then a third set a year after that. So they're all staggered, and then because they're all staggered at exactly the time when this initial 5-year contract expires. 5 years from now, we would have 4 other contracts that are already paid for, but we would have to replace this. Okay.
Correct. So we're only replacing the 3 that are
Right.
now expired because they're into
So in
their
a very
5-year life
technical
cycle.
sense, there are 5-year contracts, but we see fairly even increments of outgoing
Yes, sir.
payments.
Flatlined. And then docking bays, we'd only buy as we need them.
Thank you
We'd
very much.
have them added to the contract. Thank you.
Let me ask the question a different way. How much will be in the default budget for 2026?
If this passes,
If this passes,
8,000, what was it, 8,484.11.
so next year, your budget, your proposed budget is going to have an additional $8,000 for the next 5-year contract.
Correct. That's how this, it adds it to the default budget. That 80,
Not additional, not additional. We will then have in the budget $8,411 to make a next agreement. And then
Correct.
it will still be in the budget in year 3 for another agreement, and that's where we get the rolling.
But in the default budget on this line, in 2026, 2027, 2028, assuming no other special article is passed, we're going to have the same $8,000.
Yes.
We are not going to have 8, 16, 24, and so forth. Am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And I would further argue that that should be in the proposed budget as well.
I'm sorry?
I would further argue that that should be in the proposed budget as well.
The extra 8 should be in the proposed budget. Because
There is no extra 8.
Yeah, it's just one set of $8,000.
We're spending $8,000 in 2025 to buy 3. That's then in the budget, so next year we have $8,000. We've already spent the $8,025 on 3. Next year it's in the budget, so we have $8,000 to buy 3 more. The next year we have $8,000 to buy 3 more.
Right, but
not
those are
stacking.
all in the proposed budget. The default budget continues at $8,000 for the next 5 years.
But it's not
unless there's a special warrant article, or unless the proposed budget passes with that extra $8,000 in each of the next 5 years.
But you don't need to keep stacking. It is not $8,000 a year to maintain each contract. It is $8,000 in the first year and then $0 per contract. And so the $8,000 in the budget allows you to pick up a new contract.
Thank you.
And just for the record, that was a month of me going back and forth at Axon trying to figure that exact thing out because it was wild.
Tom Flaherty, Sunrise Lane. Just a question, if the 8,411 covers the cameras, the docking bay, and the media storage and licensing, wouldn't the amount be, well, you're going to have 8,411 for just 3 cameras next year, right? Not all the extra components, is that correct?
8411 covers everything, the 3 cameras, the docking bay, and all licensing and storage.
Do you need another docking bay next year, now that you bought one?
No, because the board already approved one as an end-of-year purchase in 2024, so I have 2 docking bays, which would cover 16 cameras. The current docking bays we have, which cover 16 cameras, 2 of the bays are out, but we're still good with that. They last at least 5 years, so we're only going to replace them as necessary.
Okay, but if you buy, you're going to buy the whole package again next year, another
Minus
docking
the
bay.
docking bay. It'd be a new contract
Minus,
for
yeah.
three.
So you'd spend less money,
Yes,
right?
Yes.
But the budget will still be at the 8411.
Yes.
So there would be leftover money after that?
yes, I used
theoretically?
to say go back to the taxpayer, but I'm not going to say that
No,
anymore.
I know, yeah. You're going to have money unspent
It
from
would
that
be at the
line.
board's discretion to do what they
Got it.
wanted to with that overage.
It could also be adjusted at the time the proposed budget is put in place for 2026. So it's not necessarily in there for good forever.
One more quick comment. Is somebody keeping track of this item where it can be reduced for like 2 years out of the next 5 years?
Absolutely.
All right.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, we'll move the article as written.
I'll make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 18.
We have a second? Okay, those in favor? Great, those opposed? Thank you. Okay, Article 19. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $35,000 for cemetery improvements and fund this appropriation by authorizing the withdrawal of said sum from cemetery trust funds Cy-Pres account? This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 3-0 with 0 abstaining. And the estimated tax impact is $0. I'm going to recognize Selectman Matthews, Chair Matthews, to speak to the article.
I'd like to motion to move the article as written.
Second.
Thank you. The request is for $35,000 to be authorized to be moved from the Cypre account to continue work outlined in the 5-year plan developed by the Cemetery Trustee Advisory Committee. That plan was presented in early December to the cemetery trustees, also known as the Board of Selectmen these days. This amount is primarily anticipated to be utilized for headstone repair for the Oil Mill Cemetery and tree work at other properties. We're looking at Osborne and Wordley specifically. So this gets us into the priority 2 tier of that 5-year plan, with the priority 1's already been funded in the $30,000 that the vote in 2024 authorized. So this puts us down the path in getting our cemeteries up to a respectable level of presentation.
I'll recognize the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee voted to recommend Article 19 by a vote of 10-0. This expense comes from the Cemetery Trust Fund Cypre account, which is used to repair and maintain our cemeteries. Cemetery trustees have developed a 5-year plan for headstone repairs, and this request will allow them to complete the 2025 phase. The Finance Committee recommends this article since there is a plan for the use of the funds, and the Cypre account has an adequate balance of approximately $162,000.
Right. Thank you. We'll open to the floor for discussion. Okay, seeing no further discussion, Article 19 will be placed on the ballot as written.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 19.
Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Okay, Article 20. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to allow the Conservation Commission to secure contracted services with a licensed forester for forestry services, including plan updates, harvest layout, harvest management, forest inventory, trail maintenance and development, invasive species control, and other related services, and to allow the Conservation Commission to contract or purchase materials or services for maintenance and upkeep of town forests, and fund this appropriation by authorizing the withdrawal of that sum from the town forest account. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 3-0 with 0 abstaining, and the estimated tax impact is $0. I'll ask and recognize Selectman Pratt to speak to Article 20.
A motion to move Article 20 as written.
I'll second.
This is a reoccurring article to allow a fund that can be used to expend up to the amount appropriated for the contracting of professional services to manage and ensure the best use of town forests by contracting a licensed forester to render professional services such as those listed in the article. Funds not expended through the year will remain in the Town Forest Fund. As this is to be funded from the Town Forest Fund as stated in the article, there is no impact to the taxpayer.
Right. Thank you. I'll ask the Town Finance Committee to comment.
Finance Committee voted to recommend Article 20, vote of 10-0. This expense comes from the town forest account, ensuring that the town can effectively manage its forests, which occasionally provide revenue for the town. The committee recommends this article as the town forest account has an adequate balance of approximately $142,000.
Thank you. I'll open the floor to discussion. Okay, seeing no further discussion, Article 20 will be placed on the ballot as written.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 20.
All those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Okay. Article 21, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be added to the previously established Employee Retirement Capital Reserve Fund? The intent is to put funds away for obligated future retiree payouts. This article is recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 3-0 with 0 abstaining, and an estimated tax impact of 0.008 cents. I'll recognize Chair Matthews to speak to the article.
Thank you. I'd like to motion to move the article as written.
Second.
Thank you. The town of Weare has an unfunded liability for accrual of payouts to employees. When an employee terminates, they are obligated to receive certain portions of their accrual time, depending on the length of service. Basically, they get vacation time and/or sick time, depending on where they are. A retiree gets their vacation time as well as their sick time, again, depending on the length of service at the time of the retirement. Current payroll liability, if everyone walked away today, we have roughly $367,000 in outstanding liability as of the end of the year 2024. If only retirees all walked out today, that would be a liability of approximately $157,000. This means that the town would be obligated to pay those amounts, which could end up being a hardship on the taxpayer. This fund will alleviate tax spikes that would result in these obligations being paid out all at one time. There is an amount in the budget this year, a line item 190, for roughly $50,000 for a retiree. If we'd been putting money away in prior years, we would be able to use that fund instead of asking the taxpayer to give us all $50,000 in 1 year. So, thank you.
Town Finance Committee.
Finance Committee voted to recommend Article 21, a vote of 10-0. The committee feels that this is a wise investment for managing future employee retirement payout obligations, given the amount of potential obligations and the current low balance of this fund.
Thank you. The floor is open for comment. Right. So seeing no further discussion, Article 21 will be placed on the ballot as written.
I make a motion to restrict reconsideration, Article 21. We're almost there.
All right, all those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Okay, so we'll move to Article 22. Article 22 is, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $11,000 excuse me, for the purpose of funding fireworks for the annual Weare Patriotic Celebration. Of that sum, $11,000 will come from the undesignated fund balance with no funding coming from taxation. This is by petition. The article is not recommended by the Board of Selectmen by a vote of 3-0 with 0 abstaining. And this has an estimated tax impact of 0.008 cents. I will recognize Chair Matthews to speak to the article.
Thank you. I'd like to move the article as read.
I'll second.
Thank you. At this time, it is a petition article. I believe John Osborne is here to speak on the article.
Okay. Do we ask for an amendment?
Thank you. Over the last 4 years, the fireworks for the annual patriotic celebration has been paid for by a very generous contributor. Prior to that, and for many years, the town has provided that funding, first by way of a line within the operating budget, and after by way of a warrant article. The committee receives funds from Miller Amusement Company each year, and those funds are used to put the celebration on the following year. Our expenses each year are porta potties, insurance, entertainment in the parade, DJ, bands, as well as parade giveaways for the children and parade prizes for floats. When we have good attendance, we receive an average of $4,100 in revenues. But if we have a rainy year, as you would guess, our amounts are very low. That allows us to figure out what we can afford for the following year. Without the fireworks, since that is the night that has the highest in sales, it is not financially feasible for the amusement company to come due to their high overhead. So in other words, no fireworks, no celebration. The Patriotic Celebration is the only large event in Weare, and over the years has been used as a fundraising event for several nonprofits. Weare Winter Wanderers, Friends of the Library, Boy Scouts, John Stark, American Legion, whatnot. The cost of this to a taxpayer is roughly 1 cup of coffee per year to have the celebration going on.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So point of clarification, because the funds will come from the undesignated fund balance, the article should read that the estimated tax impact is at 0. So that is a sort of a misprint, making that recognized. Okay. Did I allow the Finance Committee to speak on this yet? Okay, we'll recognize, yeah.
Because this had a use of town funds, the Finance Committee chose to weigh in, even though it's a petition. The Finance Committee voted to not recommend Article 22 by a vote of 10-0. The committee does not recommend this article, feeling that the Patriotic Committee should attempt to fundraise for the cost of fireworks as it has done in the past, rather than asking taxpayers to fund it.
So I have a question. Is there an RSA that enables petition warrant articles like this to require the town to expend town funds for fireworks display like that?
I'm
Or
not
is
understanding your question.
Typically, unless there is an enabling RSA by the legislature, petition warrant articles are only advisory. So my question is
I disagree
this
with that. No,
advisory?
it's not advisory. If it's passed, it would be binding. It wouldn't hit the tax rate, but the money would come from undesignated fund balance for this purpose. And there's RSAs that say that you can petition the town to spend money for a certain purpose, and if it passes,
That's what I was.
yeah.
Okay, so there is enabling legislation.
Yes.
That was my question. And I'm just up here to, like I have in the past, speak against this petition warrant article successfully for years. It's been done through private fundraising, and I think it should continue to be done that way. Thank you.
Kate Bloom, Duck Pond Road. Yeah, I am opposed to this petition article. I think it is, as much as I love fireworks and I would be happy to privately donate to a fireworks show for the town, I think it is inappropriate to forcibly tax people for something that you're just going to burn up in the sky. There's more important uses for this money. Even on this warrant itself, there are warrant articles that could be paid for by this $11,000, and I would encourage the Patriotic Committee to try to fundraise for this. So I've got an amendment.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right, so the amendment as submitted reads, the amendment will make the article read, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $0 for the purpose of funding fireworks for the annual Weare Patriotic Celebration? So I'll open up the floor for the amendment. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. We'll need a second for the amendment.
I second.
We have a second.
I would like to speak in favor of the amendment. And the reasons have already been elaborated, so I won't go further. But I think that this is an achievable goal for the committee, and we should aim for that instead of asking people, some of whom like fireworks and some of whom don't, to support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hate to wait till the last minute. Frank Campana. So apparently it's legal for a petition article to ask the town to expend undesignated funds.
Yes.
In this case, $11,000. Very, very minimal amount, to be sure. But how do we know that, again, so minimal amount, how do we know that the town has $11,000 that they can spare out of the general fund? Let me give you a larger example. If I want to propose an article next year for a petitioned article for a $280,000 plow truck, highway truck, and have that come out of be funded through the undesignated fund, how do I know that the town has that amount of money? And presuming that it might pass.
I think you would ask the town for what the balance is.
Okay. So let me ask that question. Does the town have $11,000 that they can spare? I think I know the answer.
I'll address.
I do not dispute Mr. Cochran's position. I agree with your statement. It is common practice to do so. My personal opinion is that it would be more appropriate to put this in front of the whole community, but I acknowledge the accuracy of what he says.
Thank you. Any other comments toward the amendment?
Carrie Yuri, Hildburn. I think the amendment actually makes it a lot more clear. If zero funding coming from taxation, then it should be $0.
Okay. So any other further discussion on the amendment? We'll now vote on the amendment. I will take the affirmative positions to adopt the amendment. So this will mean that the amendment will move towards $0. So all those in favor, please raise your cards. Okay. So in favor of adopting the amendment, okay, so that is 23 in favor of adopting the amendment. All those opposed to the amendment? Okay, so the amendment passes 23 to 22. The article will now read, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $0 for the purpose of funding fireworks for the annual Weare Patriotic Celebration? Okay, okay. So I'll open discussion on the amended article.
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. This is the second article where an effort has been made to use the undesignated fund balance to pay for it or pay part of it. It really would be helpful if the selectmen at the beginning of the meeting had told folks about their intentions, not a guarantee, but their intentions as to how they were going to use the undesignated fund balance. This year, I understand we had something like $550,000 of money that was appropriated for last year that was unspent. And at the end of the year, the selectmen spent about $150,000 of that on a whole variety of things, leaving roughly $400,000. At the end of this year, in October, when the tax rate is set, the selectmen can use all of that $400,000, part of that $400,000, or even more, and still maintain the minimum of 5% of the total appropriation in town, including schools. That's set by DRA as a prudent amount to keep, so to speak, in the bank just in case. If we had this information, we as voters had this information prior to this session or at the beginning of this session, we'd be in a much better position to understand how that money was being used. If the selectmen had told us, we intend to use all $400,000 or as much of it as we can, or $200,000 or whatever it is, we'd be in a much better position to make informed decisions. So I would ask that at least next year and in the future, you tell us about your plans now. It's not a promise, but it's your intentions. It would really make us much more informed when we have these debates. Thank you.
Eileen Meany, Quaker Street. I have a question, but I'm not sure this is appropriate because we've moved on to the amendment. It sounded like procedurally that the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen weighed in on a warrant article that had a dollar amount attached to it when, point of fact, that dollar amount wasn't either accurate or should have reflected a different number. And so I was curious about that.
You're talking about the fact that they made recommendations?
No, but not that they made the recommendation, but I believe it initially said that the tax impact would be 0.08 cents, and that somebody said that wasn't accurate.
That was just an error.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Because it was going to come from, the way the article originally read, that money was going to come from undesignated fund balance.
And what would have been the tax impact?
That's why the tax impact should have been zero.
Okay.
Because it was not going to be new taxes to be raised. It was going to come from the undesignated fund balance.
Okay. So when those bodies made that decision, they made that decision based on a potential tax impact that was inaccurately stated on the.
Even if the Finance Committee and the board had known, and they may have, I mean, it could be that this number is the only thing that's incorrect, and those two bodies were aware at the time that they voted that the tax impact was going to be zero. Even if they had, I guess what I'm saying is the estimated tax impact, even if it's zero, doesn't prevent those two bodies from making a recommendation.
Oh, and I'm not, and I appreciate that. I'm just saying that I wonder.
If that was the basis for
If that was the basis, and I won't know that now. So that was point one. Point two, with the amendment, is it accurate? Because I heard somebody who's responsible for the patriotic celebration say, without the fireworks, there will be no patriotic celebration. So should this, so it sounded like this is a moot point now. That's what I heard. So I'm just trying to clarify if this warrant, if the amendment accurately reflects what the body would be voting on, because we could be voting on, we're going to support $0 being dedicated to the Weare Patriotic Celebration, but there may not be a Weare Patriotic Celebration. I just point of clarification.
Yeah, that's. So thank you for the comment. Any other further discussion? Okay. So with no further discussion, Article 22 will be placed on the ballot as amended. Okay, all in favor? Thank you. All opposed? Okay, and then, so thank you. Article 23 is to transact any other business.
I asked to go first, sorry. First of all, I want to thank Dan. I think, Dan, you did a great job. First year for Dan. Secondly, I would also like to, at this time, Selectman Pratt is opted not to run again. I'd like to thank Mr. Pratt for the year's worth of endless time, meetings, all other committees, hiking at the cemetery, and everything else that we've done. So I want to just thank Mr. Pratt for that. And thirdly, it's not a secret, today is Maureen's last deliberative session as town clerk. Maureen and I started the venture in town in 1995. Although I've been here a few months longer, she's a bit older, so. I'd say 4 years, but anyway, who's counting, right, Maureen? So on behalf of the town of Weare, I have a plaque for Maureen. I know they're going to do something else, but it says, in recognition of Maureen Bilodeau for 30 years of town service, 30 years of service to town of Weare, 1995 to 2025, retirement is not the end, but a new beginning. So.
And we have any other business?
This is kind of a question for the town attorney. With the discussion about the undesignated fund balance, say a amendment is made here at the podium, obviously in future years, to expend the plow truck, and let's just say every warrant article, people come up here and say, I want to spend it from the undesignated fund balance. Obviously, it's a binding, it's binding once we, as the body, make that. But if the funds aren't there, how does that work?
I'm honestly not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's something that.
I think it's a good question that was brought up indirectly, to not, to understand that if the obligation is made by this body and voted in March the same, and the financial backing isn't there, does that still leave the Board of Selectmen in the clutch to fund it via town funds, or is it then unfunded and can't go through?
It's probably the latter, because you're not, even if the town passes a spending appropriation, you're not obligated to actually expend the money. And so.
Who's not obligated to spend the money?
The board.
The board, okay.
The board. And so you could have expenditures that are approved, but you just don't have the money to actually, write the check.
Okay.
And I think if you were in that situation, and this is, this is an interesting sort of hypothetical, but I suppose you could petition for a special meeting.
Yeah, one-time
and
special
come back
meeting.
to the voters and say,
We ain't
we
got the money
really,
for it. Yeah.
we want to do this appropriation. We wanted to do it from undesignated fund balance, but we don't have enough money. Can we instead do it from some other source, taxation, bond, something like that? And you would probably need approval from DRA as well to do something like that. But that would most likely be the mechanism to do that.
All right. I just know that some warrant articles have been funded from that balance, obviously, and they were they were amended today. So, but it just, it made me think of, if there's not enough money in that fund, what do we do?
Yeah, I think, you're not forced to bankrupt the town.
Correct.
So I think that's sort of the driving principle. So even if you have an appropriation that's going to come from fund balance, if you simply don't have the money, you don't make that
Make the
expenditure.
obligation. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
that discussion was, Frank Campan, I did not want to go last.
On 23, huh?
It was just, the subject was recently broached about year-end expenditures, and I want to do it in this form. Too bad there's not too many people to listen to it, but I'll do it. I'll mention it again in the selectmen's meeting. There will be a change of the board, but this past year, year-end expenditures, one of the expenditures was for the Department of Public Works, and it was called asset software. It has to do with keeping track of things. Again, I'm not questioning the merits of, of that item, but here's the thing. Again, year-end expenditures, the board has obligated everybody, me specifically, and everybody else. It's a $15,000 expense. And in parentheses, first year setup and support for $9,000 annually. Taxpayers, you've obligated the taxpayers to that amount. Again, I'm not questioning the benefit of it, but I want to caution the board that I don't think that's the way to do business. Okay, don't take a surplus amount of money that's made up of part of my taxes and obligate me for years to come. I think that's deplorable.
Helene Kirk, I suppose I'm the end, and I'll end with something really positive. In case you don't know, we're doing a townwide party to recognize Maureen Bilodeau, our town clerk, on Sunday, the 16th of February, from 1 to 3 in the Old Town Hall. And I hope that as many people as possible will please make it to sign a card and to wish her well on her next journey. Thank you.
I would like to add that this is not at taxpayer expense, and the money is not coming from the undesignated fund balance.
Thank you. All right. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Need a motion to adjourn?